how's everyone doing today? Hope y'all are doing well. We're going to be doing more Space Engineers building today. Mostly because they're going to have a new update on about 6 days, and I kind of want to do a survival at that time, and so I kind of want to just build some more stuff before then. So what we're going to do now is just more or less start building some things. And one of the things I kind of want to build tonight potentially would be a mid-scale ship. Yeah. I don't know. A bit. Hi. How y'all doing? I'm excited. I got some ideas that I kind of want to test out, so we'll just be playing a bit of Space Engineers, a little bit of building, a bit of other stuff. I think one thing that I probably end up doing is I think I'm going to end up semi-redesigning certain things, so I think that'll be an interesting bit. Yeah. Now let me close you. We can on over to the live screen. Oh, yeah, okay. So I think I kind of want to do something. If I quickly go over to the gonna be the best one to look at this for. I think we're gonna go continue. I think. Yeah, I want to. There's some ideas that I want to work on, so we're gonna try to get this. Yeah, there's some interesting concepts and some things I want to work on. Some of those are a bit more difficult than others, but hopefully everything can be figured out. I think the biggest thing right now that I'm going to be trying to figure out is going to be a smaller ship that will more or less be able to act. I want to try to create some form of, I don't know. I'm trying to think which one I want to build, because one of the ideas that I have is to try to build pretty much a shuttle type vehicle for ferrying things from a ground base either to other ground bases. Yeah, you know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to create a shuttle. So I can go from basically one ground base to another, with the ability of having everything set up so it just basically is going from one point to point B. So more or less able to land on a landing pad, get resources, take off, go elsewhere, land, get resources, go, and have that sort of repeated process, I think, is going to be the idea. The other thing I think I'll probably try to work on is probably going to end up being potentially how I want command rooms to look like. Because I kind of want to create a bridge, and so I'll probably want to try to create certain elements to the command room. Those will be a little later, of course, if I get the other ships and stuff built. But yeah, I think I'm not overly happy with this design. I'm just not. It's cool. It's got a lot of interesting parts to it. But I'm not happy with this design. I think what I'm going to end up doing is more or less leaving this be. I do like the idea of carriers, but I don't like this vehicle. Let me remove some of the loose junk as well. Yeah. I think what I'll try to do is maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to think, because, right, one of the things that I'm thinking of doing I absolutely love the look of this vehicle, right? But I don't know. I feel like there's too many angles of a type. I don't know. You know, I think what I might do is I think I'm gonna look up and look through all of the vehicles. I kind of want to see if I can't find larger, or yeah, I kind of want to look, see what other people have made, just to kind of see what catches my eye as a bit of inspiration for today. Because yeah, at the moment I'm not quite sold on it yet. Let's see. Oh, I got a lot of ideas. They're just, I don't know. I do dislike that a lot of the ACI stuff no longer has its like its thing is just not loading. Their images aren't loading the ACI stuff. Read. La, la, la. Um, I have no idea what all this is. Okay, this is just like in kind of class weapon stuff. Wooden destroyer. Honestly, some of these vehicles would work fairly well. Strike dropship, Pegasus, Aegis, Emberon. Alright, interesting. There's this heavy cruiser. Okay, and it has apparently fighters in it. Okay, interesting. Okay. Interesting. I think I might... I don't know. I'm still questioning it for what I want these things to look like. Blue Nebula. Okay. Trying to decide on things. You. Yeah, right now I'm just gonna look through what I've already subscribed to, see what kind of catches my eye today, get some information on it. But I do think I want to maybe try to design some other stuff. I think I have an idea. Cerberus Heavy Frigate. This says this has a lot more blocks than what they count as the block, so I'm curious. I'm gonna go spawn this thing in. We'll see what it looks like. I think one of the other things I might do is I might end up, I might try to design some other stuff. Okay, so it's got sort of this look to it. There is no fighter in here, but okay. This actually looks pretty cool. Kind of that sort of interesting look there. Alright, yeah, I think I got an idea on what I kind of want to do for building. I got an idea. So I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to actually work on the ground again. I got an idea. Now, I don't know if I'm going to make an ability to actually fly in atmosphere, but I think I want to work on the ground. That way I can at least get some reasonable, yeah, get some reasonable other parts. You know what? No, I got an idea. Yeah, I'm going to go back up to this ship. I think I'm going to make up a new world for building on. Yeah. I'll work with that world. So let me just quickly exit menu. Yes. I think I'm gonna make using the easy start world. Because that spawns me in very much in a location that I like being at for working on stuff. So I'm just gonna go new game. Quick start, no. Future, first time orbiter. Okay. Earth planet, there we go. Do I have any of the community content ones? Yes. Interesting. Okay. Oh, there's a train world. That would be useful to check out. And of course, all of these vaults. Outpost Wars, Planet Wars. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go easy start, customize, creative, good. We're gonna up that a little bit just in case. Good. No weather. Nope, the radiation. Good. Meteor, safe, good, yes. Healing, respawn, oxygen, compression. I don't think that matters with it being creative, but we'll deal with that anyway. Okay, yes. Okay, encounter NPC. We'll do that. We'll leave everything else off. Yeah. So we'll just do drones and cargo ships. Actually, no, we won't have either of these on. Global, good. Random encounter, yeah. Okay. Good. spectator camera. Okay. Share inertial tensor, in-game scripts. Sure, we'll do that. Okay, good. Right. Yeah, we'll just remove that too. Perfect. And then I will just label it as building world. Like, yeah, there we go. Start. Shit, I forgot to load it with mods. Dang it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to be really excited, though, once this is set up. Because, yeah, I think what I want to make is I want to end up trying to design ships based off of a set amount that I want them to do. So, certain elements will be built up based on certain ideas. So, for instance, using ships for, we'll say, cargo or other stuff. Exit menu, yes. I do need to, however, throw on a bunch of my mods. That way everything works well. And then, yeah, I think the other thing I can do is I can end up creating some very cool setups. Load game. I need to throw on all of my mods, or at least a few of them. Yeah, I definitely have some interesting concepts, though, which I really want to try to work out. I think it'd be cool. Okay. Edit settings. Mods. Alright. I think we'll leave off the animated ones. Build vision, camera panning. Alright. Color HUD, icons, rendering. Okay. We'll do that. Good. Run not so smooth voxels. Hopefully that'll work. And paint gun, there it is. Good. Give me a nice skybox. There's undo. Don't know if I need that one. Okay. There we go. I think that's all I needed. All right. And yeah, one of the things we're gonna end up doing is I'm going to... I want to try to create a... Ooh, I just had an idea. I think I want to try to create maybe a... Do I want to create a bomber? I'm tempted by that concept. But I think what I'll do, I'll stick with just building certain other vehicles first, but I think one thing I am tempted to do is maybe design a couple of objects with certain design intentions, such things as having certain elements be easier to run in a competitive element. But yeah, I got a lot of ideas. I'm gonna just kind of build some stuff. I do have some ideas on maybe, yeah, on maybe ways of doing different fighter deployments. So using hinges and stuff on fighters and just building up a lot of other stuff. I think it'll be really cool. I'm very excited. Hopefully everything works. We're just going to immediately delete this. And we're going to delete you. Delete you. And delete this. There we go. And delete this one. There we go. I missed. I more or less wanted to spawn in here that I could actually get to this one location. Now, there we are, and then I'm just going to go remove this tower over there. With the ore handling facility. Can I delete it from here? No. No. But yeah, I am going to make very good use out of this location. Gonna go delete this thing. There we go. Delete the object. Boom. All right. And now I have a very flat location to build on. This lake over here that's very sunny. That'll work very well for more or less building what I want to build, which is going to end up being, I want to end up building a... I think I want to end up building a light fighter. So I want to try to keep it... I think I want to try to keep it within like a 5x6x3. So... we are. We'll just throw that there. Good. And then... right... 5x6, and then I can just run this 5x6x3. I want to try to create a fighter that'll fit inside of here. G, and a lot of ideas. So we're gonna run cockpit, control seat, battery. What else do I want to throw on the main one? Where the frick's the landing gear? Oh, there it is. Landing gear. Good. Then I think we're going to run a antenna, small ox tanks, H2O2 generators, and then the conveyors. Actually, we'll run the conveyors And the H2O2's at another location. I think we'll put timer blocks, programmable, sensor, and AI block. No. Well, maybe I can use AI blocks. I'm uncertain of whether I want to do that or not. Batteries. You know what? I got an idea. I can throw in. Where are they? Yeah, we'll throw in the beacons. There we go. And then in this one, we'll throw in things like the conveyors, cargo containers, hydrogen engines, O2 tanks, generators, vents. Good. Then in 4, we'll make the light armor. Good. And then we'll throw as well the glass doors and beam blocks. Then in 5, we'll do heavy armor. Because I think I'm going to actually try to use some heavy armor in this. Not a lot, but at least try to use it as some, reinforcement. And then I think we'll run floor and edges. Good. And then in 6, I'm going to run things like truss pillar. Just because, I guess, for now. I think I'll also run interior light, spotlight, camera. I'll also run a projector. Button panel. And then I think we'll run bay windows, maybe. Okay. Oh, I can also make good use of decoys. I think, what's one other block that I want to throw on just to be safe? I guess we'll throw on the, we'll say neon tubes. There we go. Alright. So now what we're going to do is I am going to get started on building some stuff. So we'll just put this nice in the corner, rotate slightly. There we are. And then what we're going to have is I think we're going to run this. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to want, I think, folding wings. But I think what I'm going to do for those folding wings is I think I'm going to use folding wings in a manner. I think I'm going to try for, I think I'm going to have them fold forward to back. And then also maybe some up and down motion. Yeah. I like that idea. What we're gonna do is we're gonna run the front of the ship based over here. So I'm just gonna build it up a little. Perfect. And then I think how I'm gonna make this work is I think I'm actually going to use a heavy armor block, and I think I'm gonna use heavy armor to more or less create the front of the ship. So front and underside will be heavy armor. That way, and then of course, the cockpit will be the regular stuff. I think it'll work well. I think I can make that work well. So we'll run heavy armor like this. Boom. Good. We're gonna kind of run a sort of slant back a little bit so we kind of get a dipped nose. And I actually like the idea of making good use. Where is it? It's in this one. There it is. We'll do you. Where the you? I'm actually gonna make good use of this. So I'm just gonna kind of do that. I'm actually kind of tempted to, is it in this one where we have this? I kind of like this. Yeah, I kind of like this. Using these to kind of create a like a small ridge and raised section. I like that. Okay, and then what I can do is in this section is where I think I want to throw things like I want to make use out of this. I don't know if I want to use the flood. I think we're gonna run the fighter cockpit, which means that at the back end is going to be the other bit. I think it's also a little too short potentially, but I'll raise it so it'll be fine. So we're gonna run this. And I'm gonna run this kind of like this. That way, when I add in, I think the fighter cockpit here, good. And then what I can do is then we can run where is the U? I like this idea of running this sort of look. Because then I can use these half armors to create this sort of bit. I can run you. Then run the heavy armor block. Then I can throw that there. There we are. a bit of a kind of chunky nose, which I'm not quite certain if I don't like that as much. I think I need to raise the cockpit by at least one. Which means that I would have to do this. Whoops. Up one more. Which actually, if I remember right, I believe I can run it. Okay, so I need to throw one heavy block here. There we go. I'm not quite certain if I'm happy with this. I think this might be a bit too tall, so I think what I need to do is I think I need to reduce the height to... I'm gonna reduce the height to this. And I'll see what I can do to make this work. Yeah, because then what I can do is if I run this, maybe keep you as a half block. This is part of the reason why I'm gonna try to keep this, yeah, I like that, because then what I can do is I can then run the opposite direction. So what you kind of end up with is this sort of down, and then maybe if I extend this by... Yeah, I kind of like that. So you kind of get this bulb drop in the nose a bit, which I think I can make work very well by using this. Yeah, I think I can make good use out of that. This also then allows for the weapons to be placed, at least some weapons to be placed on the nose. Because I think what I'm gonna want for... right, I didn't grab those. It's nice that they have a structure building tab. That's nice. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna run maybe... Don't want you. I do want to use the rockets, but I think I'm gonna try to use them maybe in a manner sort of like that, so that they are kind of up top maybe, or at least one block a little higher, so you kind of have that. Or I could also do them on the side, but either way, I want to make use of rockets. Autocannons. I kind of like the idea of using the autocannons here. And then I can maybe run the autocannons one block further forward. Yeah, so then we kind of have this, four autocannons there, and then using some other parts, because this also allows for these to be connected to the sides. I think it's pretty good. I do like the idea of maybe situating two small reactors just under the seat. as well as some small batteries. And then I think I'm gonna run... I have no gyroscopes marked anywhere. Gyroscope, neon tubes. So what we're gonna do is we're going to run the gyroscopes, all 6 of them. Oh, I don't need that. My bad. Okay. That's fine. And then I think what we'll do is I think I'll also put the antenna. We'll do the antenna and then the beacon in the nose. Again, this is supposed to be going to be the heavy armor location, so... I don't like the idea of running this. And then I like the idea maybe of doing... and we're gonna run this standard block. And then we kind of drop this. Half armored. This does, however, mean that I've got to more or less run half block siding. So this is not the best design I could have come up with. Yeah, and then I can kind of run this to, I guess, cap the sides. Yeah. Could do it that way, which I actually don't mind. Though I'm gonna do that. I think I might run... Do I want to maybe... I might just do this. Ooh, yeah, I kind of like that look. It kind of breaks up the underside a bit. Does also provide solid blocking where I can add some stuff. Okay, and this also would allow me to do something that I think might be rather interesting, which would be to, at least for part of this, use... Where the frick are they? Yeah, I like the idea of using... which part is it? It's in here. Doing this. So then what we can... This would then allow for the 2x2 slopes. Which I can then also, at the back end here... use to kind of... expand the width of the bottom. Yeah, I kind of like that. So you kind of get the nose weapons here, keeping it fairly thin. I can also run these. Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually remove... Maybe not remove. Maybe... I think I might extend this front by a block, maybe. Well, yeah, I don't like that there. I don't like the stuff easy visible. Like, I don't like any of that being visible. That would not allow that to be visible. That would allow for the guns. Good. And you know what? Actually, I think I'm gonna just extend the guns to a quad flat right. Yeah, a quad flat system. And then what I can do is this will allow me to throw something like on one side of the ship, run the antenna, and on the other side of the ship, run the beacon. And then also running heavy block fronts. Good. And I think the other thing I'm gonna do is I'll make you one of these. Then I just realized I don't have any, yeah, I don't have any of my thrusters, so we're gonna run hydrogen, we're gonna use atmospherics and these. I think the hydrogens are gonna look best running probably standard hydrogens. I think we'll run the industrial. Yeah, and so we'll run 3 in the nose. Good, I like this. And then that will also allow me to continue with the heavy blocks like this. Running this. Oh wait, I need to do N again. Boom. Running a cap kind of like this. And then I can also add a... I like the idea of doing this. Let's see. Yeah, I think running the standard slope might work the best. Where I then get to use, where is it? This one. And then I can use this. That way that kind of creates that firm, solid side piece. I kind of like that look. And this allows for the... This will allow for the ship to actually take a hit or two without fully just falling apart. And then I think I'll run the block that runs the sides, dropping it to match the cockpit, so it kind of, yeah, becomes a little more bulbous. This allows for this to make use. Where is it? I think we'll run you. There we go. Perfect. And then, yeah, this will allow for these. Boom. So we allow for the 4 of these. And then I think what I'm going to do is we're just going to kind of run basically with the blocks there. And I can run a standard heavy armor front. And then full block, full block, full block. I think this is going to be the last area where I'm going to make good use out of. Let's see, does this use any block? Yes, there it is. So now this is a full half block with the standard curves. And I can easily add in what I want. There. Boom and boom. There we go. So now that very well aligns that. It's a lot more armored up. I like it. We've got 4 autos. And then I think the other bit that I'm going to do, which I think is going to work really well, is I think I'm going to run, where are my, here it is. I think we're going to run a H2O2 generator, like that. Good, and then I think what we're going to do is, I don't know if I need the large, but I'm tempted now to use a then large hydrogen tank here. That way we have my hydrogen that I need. So I'm also tempted to then run with a dual small hydrogen setup. Yeah, I'm tempted to then run a dual hydrogen setup. I could, in theory, run dual hydrogens, but I just don't know if I'm going to be worthwhile to run dual hydrogens. But I guess the other bit is do I want a rocket turret? Because I have an idea. What I could do is I could run a medium cargo container, maybe? Because this would allow me to go down for the connector. And would allow for, if I wanted... Where the frick did I put it? It's in 7. I could either do the Gatling turret, or I am tempted to run a either rocket turret or rocket pods. Because, of course, these are the autocannons and the assaults are smaller. No, I think what I'd do is I think I'd want probably the reloadable rocket. So what I'd probably do is I'd probably run one of the conveyor junction, run a conveyor frame. Okay. Now, I don't actually know whether this can blow my own thing up. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly remove my height thing. Weapon block. Please don't blow me up. Save. Yes. Please don't blow me up. It does, in fact, blow me up. Okay. So. That was screenshotting. Quick load. Yes. Just so then no damage is marked as done. Alright. So I'll have to move those up a bit, but I think I can make that work still. I think it'll look really good. Oh, jeez. Yeah. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to run 2 reloadable rockets. And then I think what I can do is I can run 2 reloadable rockets and then either run the Gatling or the rocket turret. Probably the Gatling turret. So then I sort of have the thing has its main guns, sort of a tail defense turret. Which I actually think I'm going to put a little bit further back if I do Gatlings. Yeah, I think that's what it'll do. So we'll run that kind of tail turret. It'll be vulnerable to attacks from the back rear, but... Alright. I think that'll be good. Yeah, so that is not high enough to do that. So what I'll do is I'll run... But I actually want to run this, maybe? It's a tad large. What I could then do is if I wanted to, I could run... frames 2 out just to be safe. Right, and then run... reloadable rockets. 4 of them. And then this would allow for a easy access connector port up top, which, if I wanted to, I could make fit... I'd probably use Gatling Type 2s just because it looks better, right? But I would then have my turret, my rockets. As long as I bring you up to that, I could then just throw the connector... do I not have a connector anywhere? Did I not throw one of those on here? I did not. But yeah, I could easily do something like this with a connector. Create my, pretty much what's my current max height. If I just quickly ran you backward. This would be so then I can actually get a regular on height on this thing, but we'll say we won't count that very bottom level, and so I want to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it would be about 15 tall then. So that would be my max height that I would want. So I don't know if I'm gonna want that. I could keep this. Let me just quickly disconnect you. But I don't know if I'd want that, because that seems a little tall. I don't mind keeping to this. Yeah, and I think the other thing that I can do is I can add in my wings either right around the ends of these. Actually, I just had a good idea. Because the way that I want to design the wings, what I can do is I could, in theory, design the wings. Oh wait, I don't have any other blocks for wing designs on me, but I could plant maybe the hinge there and here, right? So you kind of get this kind of drug back look. These can both either go forward or backward. Probably forward, given the shape of this. Yeah, I kind of like that idea, and then using these wings to kind of go in front of an engine portion. So this thing would be fairly well armed. So let's see, how quick are the auto cannons? And then, yeah, just do. Alright. I think that's fairly decent for sort of a light interceptor. Because the idea that I have would be throwing... Where the frick are my hinges? Hinges, rotors... Also make use of landing gear. We'll keep as I want. So what I'd probably do is I'd probably try to run something. Let me. We'll throw these together. So I'll just make sure that all these are facing the same direction. Boom, boom. So the idea would be to sort of create let me grab this. Sort of a up, then using probably half blocks to do this. So you'd sort of have your half blocks. Unfortunately, it's a little, well, maybe not doing that, but at least that block. And then potentially either running another hinge or probably a rotor to then add in the wing. So I might even fold these upper angles. Yeah, so then these kind of angle up like this, the bottoms, and then maybe slightly down, and then when it takes off, these hinges would rotate slightly up, not by much, but then these would bring the kind of the wings elements forward, and then what I'd do is I'd sort of create a basically creating a let me sort of run something like and if I want to do I'd probably run interceptor type, so then it would be probably something like this. And then if I grab these, we'd end up with something, let's say, with a dual on all four, and then right over here, running maybe a potential too large. So you end up with this sort of tri-engine design. And I can even keep these running like that, as well as like this. So you more or less end up with something sort of like that for all directions again. So you get some more downward thrust. You'd get your kind of all direction thrust a bit. Yeah, I like that kind of idea. I might elongate it just a little bit further back, just so then these kind of wing blade elements would look really cool. Because I like the idea that basically what they would do is they'd go from folding forward to folding all the way back and then pointing slightly backward. Not by much, maybe only by like 10, 15 degrees. But a 10, 15 degree back angle. And then you'd have all of those. And then, yeah, you'd get your reloadable rockets, 4 of these, that, and then I could also, in theory, if I wanted to, potentially add in like Gatlings on the edges here as sort of rear defense, because then you'd basically have this. You'd have 2 rear defense turrets, your thing. I probably wouldn't like this because this very heavily arms this a little further than I would like. I'd probably just throw I'd probably just want to throw I'd probably just want to throw something maybe like this. And then throw together a the easiest would be the standard Gatlings, but running something like a upside down standard Gatling, so you'd end up with something sort of like that, with probably a massive hydrogen brick behind it. And potentially then the thruster like that. So you'd have your main thruster, that. Maybe. I'm still not positive on these. Yeah, I'm not positive on that. Because the other thought that I had is maybe attaching the let's see. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, the other thought that I had was maybe attaching the hinges like somewhere up like this. And so you'd sort of have these sitting on maybe it's like you'd have like your engine pod behind it. Yeah, and then you'd sort of have this sort of engine pod, and then maybe running this, like, the idea that I would have would be something sort of like I want a light armor block here. With like a frickin' I don't know, something maybe like this. Or actually, I'd probably do it the other way around. Is that, and then running this, and then putting the making this a little long, so doing something kind of like that. Running this. Then on the inner edges, basically running a... Let's find it. U. Running U. I believe that is the... Yeah, the other option would be this, which I don't think there's one of these. Could run that, which I believe there is this. That doesn't do what I want. No. All right. Is there anything else I can run to put in that position that would work? I guess that would work for doing this. Yeah, I guess I can make that work. Running... The fun bit is that there's not really a good way to necessarily do this. There we go. Good. Yeah, and then running something basically like that. Probably running another version on this side. I'd have to run... Where is it? That there, running... You like this. Running that. I don't know if I like this yet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this being so cubic. Yeah, I don't like this. Don't like that very much. I think what I'd want would be maybe something over here. But the idea would be something like this, where you'd have sort of a angled back piece. Basically, you'd have that, and then if I want it to be thinner, I'd probably keep with this. Where did I put the thing? Here it is. Then running something probably, for fuck's sake, not you. Good. 180. 90. So 0 is forward. Good. Yeah, you'd sort of have something kind of like that, and then you'd attach the wing, which would probably be like a half block or something like that, like a solid half block thing, and it'd more or less be like this. Yeah, and then it would rotate, probably with a where is it? Probably running some form of, where is what I'm looking for? U at the back here. Well, actually, that probably wouldn't work now that I think about it. So I would have to run I'd have to run that where it stops there. Because if I 0, let's see, if I just set these to the limit either positive or negative, we'll say these would at most move, we'll say 18 degrees either direction. Good. So, good. So that would be your camber downward when you're taken off, and then I kind of like the idea of making this maybe, let's try that. So what do I, yeah, so while it stands, it kind of does that, and then when it's ready to take off, problem. Launchers right there, that's going to blow this entire thing up. Can't do that. Okay, I guess I'm just going to not do that then. Alright. Well, I guess I just won't do moving wings, because there's just no good place to add them. Lest I want to add them down here, and either make them go flush with the rest of the ship, and then fold down, which could actually work. I could, in theory, add in a wing like down here, right? That when it lands up, it flushes with this for storage, and then when it takes off, it drops down a little. has that kind of down cambered angle, probably of about 18 degrees or so. With that rotation, the rotation would take a little bit, but I could in theory do that. Because what I could do is I could basically do something, yeah, I could in theory basically connect a, I probably wouldn't do you, I'd probably run this. Okay. 0. I am going to... Okay. Do that. Good. And I need you to be that. And actually kind of like the 11 degree angle. It's not much, but it is enough to be noticeable. I like it. I might see about maybe increasing it to 13 just to see. Oh yeah, I kind of like that a bit better. So it would only move this amount. But if I just kind of do that, goes 0 again. Perfect. And then it just kind of goes back up flat. It would be easy enough to add like a standard light armor block here. And then run a basic piece that would essentially merge together with the rest of this front part of the ship, or at least down a little bit before it would stop, maybe go flat or whatever. Yeah, and then what I can do is I can add in my thing here. Not there. I would actually probably want it to be somewhat more like this. So yeah, it's moves cambers downward a bit. And then we'd end up with a sort of half armor block. I can also then create this wing a bit. Run a bit this way. We'll just... For now, we're just going to build you like this. And then I want to go 0. Lower limit. Which way is positive, which way is negative? Okay, so I'd want to run in the positive direction. Upper limit. I want to set the upper limit to... I want it a little bit beyond 90. We'll say 115. Oh, that is really far back there. But I actually kind of like that. And then if I was to, reverse this. Perfect. That does exactly what I would like. Oh. Okay, I'm really going to have to shift this up. If I want those guns, if I want the reloadables, I'm just gonna have to find a better way to do them, because this is annoying. Is there any good way to attach reloadables at the height I want them to be attached to? Because I don't know. I guess what I could do would basically be using a right angle. I don't know. I am half tempted to, I like this. I think what I might do maybe run the hydrogen tank here. I would have to run a hydrogen tank like this, then have, at a minimum, this scale these. Which, I don't know. Yeah, and then I'd have to have each of these load separately because I can't move things through that. I don't like that. I need a sort of cross-shaped... Ooh. This could work. Of course, I didn't put it in the right location. That's upper a bit. The other idea would be maybe... I guess I could do this. Like run that up there. Yeah, this could work. I'd have to find good ways to make it work, but this would then, in theory, allow for the rockets without running the risk of blowing these things up, lest I fire the rockets and pitch up too quickly. And I'm actually okay with the scale of these, and if I quickly... Okay, lower limit 0. If I... set you up to 10... right? Even while it's in its folded state, that works being low enough, allows me to do that. I could easily add angles, do a little bit of work on top fairly easily, because what I can do is I can run... Yeah, I can easily add some angles. Because, right, the other bit is that this would also... I'm going to set this to 4. This would fold flat. So when it lands, it goes to fold flat, and then when it takes off, both of these would both fold down and fold out. So I think I can make that look really good. I can easily probably add in enough stuff to make this 1 block tall. And as long as I make the right stuff up here, I can make this work pretty well as just folding down, folding back. I do want to see about maybe situating you as 105 instead. Yeah, I think that's going to be better. It's a good folding mechanism. I like it. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll just... I would like this to at least be big enough, very least, to make sense, so... Probably running half blocks around here. Probably running a U. There we go. And so that would be this. I would need, so I can at most do half a block. Yeah. Well, what I can do is I can easily switch you out for... where's the... this? Where is it? Not quite. Oh, but what I can do is I can run that little corner pallet. Yeah, because this would work pretty well running a... yeah, I don't think this would work to get this thing. Oh, that would fit there. So I could, in theory, do this, where we kind of have this sort of... yeah, where we kind of run that, which I actually think looks pretty cool, and then run a half block, because the other bit is I can repeat this underneath, creating a 1.5 block long bit, and if I wanted to, I can easily run stuff to add more depth, right? So I could, in theory, run a bit to make it a little bit beefier, maybe do that. Yeah, I think the only thing I would have is the flat for that, but then what I could do is I can try to do something kind of like that, where you then run maybe yeah, I think that would work. I don't know how well this might work maybe running this like this. I'll see how it looks. And then just simply 0. Reverse. Yeah. Yeah, I can make that work. Yeah, because then all I gotta do is basically do sort of a cross-angled piece for this. I can run... Because the other bit is what I could do in theory is I could run a dual engine thing, right? So, and running dual engines, so we could have dual large engines, sweeping wings, maybe even doing a second pair up top. Right? So then you'd have this one there, engines down here, or even running engines maybe down below, and just pulling it along a little bit further backward. Maybe even, do not believe hydrogen tanks are gonna fit here well. Or maybe wrong. Whoops. No, in theory I could do a hydrogen tank here. It's a little low. So I'd probably not want that tank like that. I'd probably want something more akin to... something probably like this, where I run this. This kind of runs a little like this. But then I can do something, let's say 1, 2. Lab 1, boom, doing something kind of like that. Pulling this. This does make it a bit too long. That would probably be the biggest I could do. And then run the... where are my hydrogen engines? Yeah, and then doing something probably like that. So you'd sort of do that, do that. This would also work out if I wanted to add in a tail turret, because I could add the tail turret basically like this. And actually, the Gatling would work pretty well, Gatling Type 2. So you'd sort of have like the... You'd sort of have a wrap that would kind of go... where the frick is my button? There, you'd have this. And then oddly enough, if I wanted to, I could in theory add in a second pair of blades, maybe folded more steeply downward. Ooh. Yeah. And I could in theory attach them right here, because what I could probably do... because I think this might actually look pretty cool if I did it this way. I could probably run advanced rotors, right? And then run the, I could, in theory, do the large hinge, but I don't think I'd want to do the large hinge. But like, I could easily add, like, that 3x3 right? Add in the stuff to, you know, add the hinge a bit better. Because then with this like this, what I can do is I can have it when stored and go slightly forward and pitch slightly down. So it's angled forward and pitched slightly down, and then on takeoff, in theory, I could also add, yeah, what I could potentially add, I would need subgrid control script to make this work. But I like the idea of doing this. I could run conveyor converters, right? Then run something kind of like a... something kind of like this. Then run sort of like this. I think this would work. Yeah, do something kind of like that. I'm not so certain about that, though. Yeah, I don't know if I like that as much. I might leave the option open, but yeah. I definitely like the idea of doing that and then running the hinge on top here. Because, yeah, then what I can do is I can run blocks. If I do 0, we would run full blocks forward. This would require another rotor if I wanted to do exactly what I'd want to do. So I'd probably add U. Then do that. Add in the rotor. This is kind of ridiculous, but I kind of like this idea. And then running probably like this. Which direction did this? Did I place that in the right orientation? Yes, I did. Perfect. Right? Yes, perfect. And then what I can do is I can run and then I'll just kind of run this. I will actually increase one layer to this side. Good. Alright, then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to figure out how I want this set up. So alright, so this would be the upper limit, setting it. Let's see. Okay. Oh, good. Okay, so what I could do is I can run U set to -17. If I give U negative velocity, you go to 17. Up the velocity to this. Then you are going to, if I velocity, nope. Nope. Good. Upper limit. We're going to reduce the upper limit down to, we're going to set it down to, we'll say 28. Up, down to 28. Lower limit, we'll set back to, I don't know, we'll set it to fucking 0, I guess. And then if I do this, the upper limit, I want to set you to what the one below is, 105, with the lower limit being 0. Actually, I'd probably want to bend you. Nope, can't bend you inward. This is ridiculous. I'm going to have to reduce your bend. That way that actually balances a bit better. I think I'm going to reduce you on a -8. Then we're going to grab you. Let that shrink. Holy shit. This is ridiculous. And then when this gets deployed, I would need you upper limit. Probably set you. I would want this to lower limit. We're gonna probably set you to, I don't know, 10 degrees up. And so if I, oh no, 10 degrees up. Oh wait, no, I need lower limit -10 degrees. 11, sure. Alright, so if I was to then take you, reverse, reverse, reverse. Oh wait, you have no current velocity. Let's see. If I want you to be any bigger, I would need probably to increase your rotor displacement by a tiny bit. Make sure you've got positive. We'll say we'll set you down to 134. And then I set you reverse. I like this. I like this. Because, yeah, I can probably work with this, maybe moving this up, so then... Actually, no. What I'd actually probably want to do is do a little bit of work here to reduce this scale and probably actually move you to a smaller one, not using the large grid base. Like the large version, but yeah, I like that look because this gives a very special angling to everything. This kind of folds flat. You kind of get this kind of upward camber, almost just pushing air down, which I kind of like the look of. It sort of creates this interesting area where it's flat about this angle to you. Or like to this angle to you, which I think is kind of an interesting one. Hides the bottom one. I think that's kind of cool. I think the other thing that I might want to do is maybe do something similar mid-scale here that just kind of down and again flips almost completely 180 to end up with these 3 blades that kind of just do this. Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this, turn you into a small grid, so then this allows for the best. So I am going to... Oh, shit. Well, 0, we are going to run you. C. Good, and then I'm going to get rid of you, what is facing forward? 180 is forward for this. There we go, 180 forward. Because then what I can do is I can set these to upper limit. I believe it was of 8, -8. You were, I think, set to no. You were -8. You were what? +8? Yeah, okay. And then if I was to do that, V, shit. And this is why you don't get rid of the thing you need quite yet. Control C, V, will this allow me to place you? No, what happens if I... Okay, it doesn't look like it's gonna want me to place it. What I might be able to do, I might be able to add in a block, which I don't mind doing. Oh, I see what the problem is. The problem is that that's not at a camber of 0. What I need to do is I need to come over to you, and I need to enough. Alright, now if I do Control C this time, and then try to place it, Control V, are you gonna let me? No, it will not. Alright, well, I guess what I'll have to do is I'll just have to use you as the reference to the angles and do that. So this is angled up. Good. There we are. So you are set to -11 upper that. So if I do that here. Good. -11. Upper 36. Good. Now what happens if I get rid of you? I do Control C. There we go. And then if I do 0, do this, velocity. We'll set you down to 5. There we go. I like this look. I do have to replicate a lot of this on the other side, which is going to be a bit annoying, but I do like the idea of going and more or less, I'll just say from about this point 1, 2. Doing one more set of these. And then running the U, and then where is it again? Running the final one being another lower focused one with, again, half blocks. Well, outward. This one I'm actually going to take that way as well, and then go forward by X amount. All right, and then we'll come over to you. All right, I believe if I just good. So this is the upper. We're going to set you to. I'm going to set you all the way to the -20. With, of course, the lower limit being a good proper 0. Good. And then setting you to pulling you all the way to like 150, I guess. of course, lower limit being 0 velocity. We'll set you down to -10. And then I will velocity. We'll set you also to 10. So you end up with this sort of interesting look of all three of these, which actually now makes me want to redo this as half blocks that scale. I don't like this. Doing 3 of these, so what I'll do is I'll run back over here. We'll keep that, but I'm gonna chop you off. Chop you off. Do this. There we go. I kind of like this. This little fighter will end up with these 3 separate of these, and then if I just quickly reverse all of these, right? So if I do this, control panel, rotor, actually, yeah, we'll do this, 3 hinges. Uh-oh. Oh, goody. That one basically plants itself right over top the edge of this one. That's nice. This, oddly enough, actually looks kind of cool. I like this. Now I just gotta replicate all of this on the other side. But I actually really like this design, where you basically have this. All 3 of these at the back. I do think I want to maybe... Ooh, I don't know, actually. I don't know. I'm thinking about it, because if I just quickly... Yeah, if I just quickly come to you, reverse you, reverse you, I like the look of them finished. You are a little too quick. I'm gonna scoot you down a bit to 7. And then reverse. Do I like this? I think they're cool. Is that something I like, though? Let me remove the one old one. Damn it. Quick load. Alright, I'm not certain if I like that anymore. I don't know. I think what I might do is I might switch it to being 2 and get rid of that centerline one, maybe? Maybe. And then maybe make the back ones a bit larger, maybe, so... I'll try that. I'll try that. I might also try repositioning them a little bit more. Though, I think I might try one other idea. Since I've kind of gotten the length down, I need to kind of fix some of the interiors, and... yeah. I think what I might do is I think I might... I don't know. I think... I don't know. I like these top ones. I do. I like it. But I just don't know. I think I might want to maybe switch them to a singular rotor, so it's just the one rotor, right? So that it just goes up and down again, and then forward and back, how everything else does. And then I think what I might do is maybe switching to a yeah, maybe switching to larger wings towards the back, maybe. Because what I could do is if I did something sort of like switching this to a adding maybe some side thrust here, and then just below it adding in my a larger blade that maybe starts from a little bit further back, and then maybe, I don't know, I wouldn't want to add any blades towards the front, so maybe doing only a 2-bladed version that's just a little larger, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not happy with this design. I'm not happy, and I don't know what to do. I think these blades are cool, and the idea of the blades are cool. I don't think I'm gonna end up ending up going with the blades. I just don't know. I guess what I could do is I could do a yeah. I might actually keep with the positioning of the blades down here. Getting rid of the forward blades. Well, actually, I think I can keep the forward blades. I think what I might do is I might take these side blades. Yeah. I think what I might do is I might keep these lower blades. But then what I might do is that when this is folded up, these go more vertical, and then kind of go that flat direction. So how would that look? I just got rid of this. Because the idea that I had would be basically doing something maybe bigger, so running, you know, it runs quite a bit longer blades, we'll say to this degree. Trying to keep sort of this sort of angle, and then maybe doing kind of trying to run larger blades. And then maybe doing something yeah, and then maybe doing something like this. Kind of like the look of those, though that does look slightly too big, so I think I'm gonna remove this last edge. I'm gonna go 0. We're gonna reverse U. Reverse U. Ah, that does kind of collide with this one a little bit. But it could do that. Again, in theory. The other idea that I had would maybe be that when it lands, these wider wings, like doing something sort of like this, but then when it like slightly lower, but then maybe giving it sort of a negative, I don't know, negative 30-degree angle. So it kind of folds like this. And then if I just remove this, and then we'll add to this front instead of taking away from the front, or we'll do an add and a subtract, so it does this. And then if I was to reverse these, so you end up with this. The other bit is I might end up removing some of the angled parts at the front so that this stays. And then if I reverse the small blade, and then we do reverse this down to -20. Yeah, I don't think I like it being that sort of angle. Let it settle down. What I think I might do is I might reduce the angle here to dang it, I want you oddly enough, I think if I Reduce this down to 40 degrees. And then maybe expand that bottom one a little bit more. I actually kind of like that quite nicely. You'd sort of have like a closing look. I kind of like that. In fact, I might even see about making you just a bit steeper, maybe 117, also increasing the rotor displacement a little bit. Yeah, I kind of like that look. That gives a very interesting sort of angle to everything. It allows for me to pretty easily kind of build up a bit of a beefy, almost wide-browed version of this. It would allow for me to do this for these thrusters, which would be running that, then running the side thrusters being these, essentially. No. No, I just... Something about that just isn't right. It's too wide at the top. Just too wide at the top. If I want to do that sort of width, I think I should do it down towards this width. So bring that down one. I'm gonna resituate this. So move that hinge there so it connects directly to this. Maybe. I don't know. The other idea that I have is I could, in theory, I'm gonna get rid of the front. That theory, if I'm going to do this, I could, in theory, add... I can do kind of a bit of this, just adding thickness to the wing a bit. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the idea would be that then what would be done is it would more or less be done like this. So you'd end up with your reverse like that, which then ends up reversing like that, which I kind of like. Maybe. I don't know. No, I just... I just don't like this. I just don't like it at all. I feel like if I'm going to add wings, I want to have them higher up connection maybe, so let me just snap off this. clear up some of this garbage. Alright. Okay, we're gonna go back to N. So, if I'm gonna do it like this, I think what I want to do is I might want to create... Yeah, I think if I'm going to do any version of a dropping or hinged thing, I think what I'd do is I think I'd run... I don't even know if I'd run that. I think what I might do is I might run hinges up, kind of up around here. That would then allow for a fold up, maybe? I don't know. I think what I'll do is I'll just quickly throw you to connect. I definitely want to allow for this, and then what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to remove you and that, and then I am going to run the modulars there. This allows for this to be changed into a standard frame. I like that a bit better. This allows for a much nicer placement, I think. In my opinion, of the rocket launchers. And then I think what I can do is I can run a good old conveyor converter. And then something maybe akin to this. Right, where I can then throw these like this. And do that, which would work well because it allows me to more or less run something sort of like where is it? This. And then I'm gonna add in these plates to more or less run like that. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then what I can do is I can add in standard blocks like this. And then I think what I might do is if I'm going to add in rotors, which I do kind of want to do, I think I'm going to only add 2, and I think I'm going to more or less run a sort of block like that, so we kind of end up with this. Maybe do something kind of like that, and then maybe add in the hinge portion here if I was to do it. So it'd be sort of like there where we'd add it. Then they would fold forward. So it would be angled slightly, like angled down and a bit bigger, and then maybe go up a tad bit. How tall is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, then 9, 10, like 11. So I'd have, if I was to do this, right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that would give me, it's 7 down. Max is about 20, so that'd give me what, like a, I don't know what. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I don't know, we'll say 10. A 10 wide wing, and then if I just do this, 0. Alright, so we would have sort of a, we'll say 68, with this being a bit lower, down to like, I don't know, 22, I guess. And then my velocity, you'd park with these like this, and then reverse. The other idea that I had might be to add in a third hinge, as another hinge, so you end up sort of with this almost accordion-like wing. Ooh, actually, I might see about that. And I might be able to make that work pretty well if I add in one more block here. I'll see whether I like the shaping, but if I do... Okay, so that direction's the negative, so... If we do, let's say... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Then I can do 6... And then... I'd probably reduce it just by one more, just to be safe. Then we'd run a... I'd probably want to go positive. And then run... Actually, I'd not want one more of these. I'd want U. So we'd have 2 of these. So then what I can do is if I do this, right, so we set lower limit to 0 on both of these. Right, I could, in theory, get away with this, in theory. Right, so then what we do is a velocity, we'll say 7, 7 reverse, and then if I did this, where I fold. Negative is the upper, so I don't know, maybe give it a... We'd set this to like a negative, we'll say 22. So then it would like go like this, and then it's fully retracted would be this. If I... made that also 7. That would be able to fold down flat, and we'd end up with this. And then if I just come over, where are all my hinges? And I reversed, we'd end up with this. And those aren't too terribly large of a wing. So I could, in theory, do 2 wings like this, and with the curved blocks, I could run these basically like this. And these would run perfectly done. So if I grab these again, where are my hinges? There we go. And I could even, in theory, these are no longer going to be on the ground, so I could, in theory, just add in like a slightly, basically replacing you with a landing gear. Or maybe even doing like a landing gear type thing here. Oh, you're only a half block. My bad. That only goes up half a block. That's where a full block would be, but... yeah, but I could, in theory, do 2 of these there, but I would like to probably do something instead like this. Boom. What was this? Okay, then. Alright, and then, yeah, what I could do is I could do that, and then use that as my landing gear. Just need the one. And, yeah, I can, in theory, do this, since it'll be... yeah. I think I'm gonna go with that kind of folding thing. This would make my width total less than 3. Perfect. Oh, that would be so perfect! So it's currently less than 3 and less than 2 tall. And it's about 6, or actually, how long is this thing? That's not quite, that's maybe what, 2 blocks? And is about 6 long. So this is 2 by 3 by 6 at its compact. Potentially the gun would cause a little problem if it is going to end up being put in a too tall, but a 2 by 2 brick would work pretty well. Oh good, and the height's here. So what I can do is I can test this by basically doing this. If I was to just add in a block here and a block there, do this. Dang it. This is in theory capable. I don't think I'm going to actually be able to do this though because of the turret. Oh no, it does actually fit. So this does in fact fit. Yeah, because that doesn't actually interfere. So in theory, yeah, in theory, I can add in a connector and this should fit like this. And I can just do this, essentially upgrading the same type that I have on my other side. I like this because, yeah, what this will allow me to do is more or less do exactly what I want these to be. I want these to be upgrades on my previous designs. So, this is going to be a bit bigger than the other one, but it's also this now, which I like. I like this. This is cool. I might widen this just by a tad bit more, but I don't think that's going to cause too big of an issue. For 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So, if I widened it a bit more, that could cause me issues, but... Yeah. And what I could technically do if I wanted to is I could, in theory, use the, can I add in any of these ducted fans in this spot? As, like, supporting, these are 2 blocks tall, so no, I wouldn't be able to add in the ducted fans. So... yeah. I could, in theory, do these, but I don't like that idea of doing it that way. So... would I want to actually run... I could, in theory, actually run half blocks here. Because, right, when this folds up, half blocks aren't going to look too suspicious on the underside. I do want to quickly go 0. We were going to go share inertial tensor on for all of these. I'm going to quickly extend the wing out. Okay, then. Yeah, so... and then I guess what I could do is... I could, in theory, add in the conveyor cap. Oh, wait, is there a... I got an idea. If I go over to... access panel... I like that. An underwing access panel. So you end up with sort of this access into the storage of the ship. And since I don't mind running sort of a... if I run to these sorts of blocks, I could, in theory, run a... thing like this, which would allow me to basically cover this in armor. I could also make this then a... that really doesn't look the greatest. It could, in theory, run the blast doors like this, just across this. There we go. Yeah, and then I can easily run these blast doors like that. Perfect. Oh, I don't have N on at all. I need to remember to add N. Okay. Well. Do this, do this. Good. There we go. I need to add in one more. Yeah, and then, yeah, what I can easily do is if I make this basically just kind of come in a bit, maybe go down a bit steeper during that area, and then how far do I want the wing to go? might stop it maybe here. And then maybe at these last two, extend the wing a little bit further forward. So you can kind of do that. And then probably want to add in another one, probably about here at this point. Right. These are all facing the other way, so you with you. Yeah, do I want to extend you at all? I don't know, maybe do it that way, maybe. And then I'll remove these, that way. Yeah, I think I'll do it that way. And then what I can do is, if I run... I will need to run a couple of, Where is it? I need to run a couple of... Where is it? Merge block. Okay. 1. No. 2. There we are. Perfect. 0. And then what I'll do is I will just torque all the way down. Yep. So now what I can do is, as long as these are moving, these will hold it on as well. The other bit is I can make good use out of this as a, yeah, there we go. And then, I don't know, I don't think I'm going to extend them a little bit any further. But I do think I will keep it maybe at this level, besides maybe slightly rounding the edge here. Yeah, so I think I'll keep the foreside of this curve the same. And then maybe even repeating the... Yeah, I like the idea of maybe repeating the... kind of doing that, then maybe adding in like a little bit more. Maybe I can switch these over from 3s to 5s. So you got that like 2 edge, 3, 5, 5. There we go. Yeah, I kind of like that. I can easily add in something like maybe a... It easily add something like maybe a spotlight and maybe like a truss light. Maybe a cylindrical column than the truss? Well, no, I don't like the idea of doing the truss light in general. The camera would be an odd choice. Same would be the interior lights. I guess actually adding in a decoy would spread the fire towards these wings. Yeah, I kind of like that idea of maybe using a... adding in like a decoy... Is there another version of the decoy? Decoy... No. The only one in a small grid is that. Okay. I don't know. I guess what I could do is I could do that there and then add another spotlight. So you get your 2 spotlights, that. That'll work, I guess. You get your decoy, a couple of spotlights. And then if I just simply... I don't know how I want the back end to look. I do kind of like the idea of maybe doing a... kind of a... here it is. Alright. Yeah, so maybe doing something sort of like this where it goes 5, 2, 1. Then we could do 2. There we go. And then this would be able to be like a 3. And this would allow for a bit wider coverage of the engines. And I think I'll probably replace these top edges with probably these, just because I like the look of them a bit better. That I might be able to... Yeah, and then this would allow for me to kind of more or less run standard blocks to kind of use these as sort of engine covers. And then I think I might run... well, where is it? I like the idea of maybe running these. Where is the freaking flat block? There it is. Yeah, I kind of like that. So you end up with that. You kind of have your turret in the back. I'm half tempted to maybe move the turret back by 3. So 1, 2. So if I go back, add the turret again. I do think I'm going to use the Gatling Type 2, facing backward, of course. And then what I can do is I can add in... I want to use the heavy armor, because this is right over top of that. Kind of like the idea of doing this. Right, so that... this would then allow me to cover all of this in heavy block coverage. Right over top of... I will actually do that here too. There we go. That way there's just less area where it's likely to pierce. I am tempted to maybe add in at this very front end a hinge and at this very back end a hinge. So adding in a hinge here. And then adding in a hinge here. And then using a heavy armor. I'm gonna have to break in a hole here. If I wanted to add in a hinge there, I would probably run heavy. Just to try to keep it held together. Oh, that needs to be one further out. Right, that is done right the other area. Good. And the 2 tines are pointed upward. I would then need to run on top of you that. Run you there. Good. And then... Oh, shit. I would have to leave these merge blocks like this. Unless I cut these further again. Because otherwise... Otherwise, when it merges, it would just disconnect immediately, which would be useless. Okay. And then I think what I'm going to do... I'm going to run over to these. And I'm going to remove the torque. Shit. Well, both of these are now like that. So now if I... reverse... There we go. Reverse again. And then I think the other thing I'm going to do is I think I'm going to up the torque all the way here. Up the torque on this. There we go. That way these try to stay in place a bit better. And then we just pop a hole there, add this, pop a hole here. Boom. And so now, if I go 0, I go and come over to here. Control panel. All of my hinges. And I just reverse. Some of these don't have torque, so boom. I like that. That looks so cool. And I can easily add in my outer wall to this. I love this. This looks awesome. And if I just kind of come over to here, I go find those hinges again. First, just boom. Oh, I like this. It's an auto deployment system for this. I like its armament. This very well adds protection to it. I think this is probably some of the best work I've done. I think the other thing I'm gonna go do is I think I'm gonna end up, yeah, I love this design. I think this looks awesome. And being able to fit into such a small package for launch, this is gonna be amazing. All right. Now all I gotta do is throw in some blocks. Undo this. Good. Boom. Perfect. I just need to add in my final hinge. These are not rightly done hinges. That's the right direction for the hinge. Perfect. 0. Oh wait, no. That's not what I wanted. And again, perfect. Z. Perfect. And then I can just simply run these together. Alright. Where is... Right, it's over here. This will join all three. Perfect. And then we end up with this. And what's fun about this design is I could very easily add in plates to make this work even better. So I could, in theory, add in heavy or light armor plates else places to make this work even better. That one goes 3. Then a 1. Then a 3. And then a 3. Boom. And then it goes, how many far back? Oh, that then goes And basically, if I just run you, this one, then... Right, I want to disconnect you by 2. So it's 2. 2 from directly behind. Then we grab the... Okay, so then I just add in these, more or less, through the entire thing. All these wonderful round edge blocks. Those stuck out by 2. Yes, perfect. And then I just need to go find where I did these. So it's right under you. No, Z. One further. There we go. 3, 3, 2, 1, 2. Perfect. Right under there, remove 1, and then right under the main one, remove 1. Perfect. These are with the tines facing downward. 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 Perfect. Then we add in you. I love this design. I am absolutely amazed by this. I think this is probably one of my better designs for a light fighter type vessel. Boom. And then I just need to more or less throw you to the same location, right? Yep. These end same location. Because it's 3, 5, 5, 4. So 3, 5, 5, 4. Got it. So 1, 2, 3. 1. There, good. 5, so 1 more. 4. And then back. Then it's 2, 2. And it's stick out 2. Another 2. Then 1. So then we do 1 more. Right, that's 2, that's 1, there we go. When I do this, do that, I can then add in these to everywhere that I need them. This works surprisingly well. Then all I gotta do is remove all of the power from most of this. Boom, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum, 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 boom. I love this design. These are going to be a very nice fighter. what are the angles set for this one? Lower limit 22, upper limit 90. Alright, so we're gonna start setting up these limits now. Lower limit 22. Torque up. Then you are going to be right. You are lower limit 0. Torque all the way. You are going to be the same thing. Lower limit 0. Torque all the way. There we go. Good. And then all I gotta do is remove you, bridge that, and add in my final items. Where the frick did I put the decoy? There's the decoy. Add the decoy, add in 2 spotlights. And then all I gotta do... oh right, I need to add in the final bits here. I think what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna try to use the rounded slopes. I think I'm gonna try to keep these edges sloped. Slope inverted. Slope. Slope inverted. I think I'm gonna throw you here. Edge that. Add in you. Slope inverted. Then, yeah, I like the idea of adding that to kind of carry these, because then I can easily run one of these boom. I kind of like that, allowing for this in the edges to be coated smoothly with these edges, these rounds, and then what I can do is I can run I don't know about that actually. Yeah, I don't know, I like that. Okay, well, at the very least I know that that had that. I'm gonna get rid of you. I think what I might do is I think what I might do well, maybe I got an idea actually. If I redo this again, right? How good do these floor blocks look with these? Not bad. That's not bad. So I still don't know about that. Well, Z. Yeah. Then what I might do is I gotta try to think of what's gonna be the best way to seal this. And I think what's gonna be the best way to seal this yeah, I think I'm gonna then do this. Use the smallest amount of this. That way I can kind of easily bridge that. I can make that look okay. Like that. Yeah, I can kind of do that there with that curve. And then what I can do is I can run something like a standard armor plating design kind of here. So we half block, there we go. There we are. And then, yeah, I think that I can do that well. Yeah, I actually think that looks the best because this kind of gives it a bit more of a secure grab. Boom. Good. Yes, good. And yeah, I think I'm gonna go redo this up here. I think I'll do... I don't think this will be needed on the trailing edge, but I definitely think this was needed on this forward edge. I seem to be disappearing. Yeah, there we go. There we are. Perfect. And then, yeah, what I'll do is I'll just simply run the leading edge. Half block, boom. Do a very similar thing. Where's the big one? Click. Add you there, you there. Large block, that. And then I can run pretty basics. Yeah, well, don't think that'll break anything? Are me adding this? I guess. Is there any of these that would work well? I guess. That's the, I think, best slope. Yeah. I guess that's probably gonna be the best slope I can get out of this. I guess I can do that and then run this. Yeah, and then run this. I think that works. That kind of pointed edge works well there. Yeah, I'm okay with this. I do have an idea of maybe a nice way to do this as well. Way to make this look a little nicer. Maybe running something like a rounded slope into the slope corner. I feel like this will look best like you. Maybe like this, and then using this to cap it. No. I definitely think this is gonna be the best doing it. Where's 2x1 standard? There we go. Yeah, I think we'll just go like that. I think that's gonna be the easiest way to swap over. And then, yeah, that one there, I think, works the best for swapping over. I am tempted to run others, but I think that'll just be the easiest way to do that. So now I get to replicate again. This is... Yeah, this is like this. That. You go there. That corner goes there. There we go. How bad does this look downward? Actually, that's not bad looking down. The line is both also perfectly symmetrical, so I'm okay with this. It could be worse. Good. I just want to finish off a lot of this. Where was that one? Oh, wait. I didn't use that. Perfect. Okay. And now I have to add in all of this. You and you. You and you. And then we add in you there, you there, you there, you there. I'm going to run you two back. I don't know why I almost said black. I really don't know how that happened. There we go. U1, U1, U1. Then there. Perfect. Perfect. And then I think what I'll do is I'll just simply yeah, what I'll do is I think I'm gonna end up with yeah, we'll do, I can either do that, or I can run this one. That's what we'll do, is we'll run that one. Yeah, and then what I can easily do is I can run this. Yeah, I think that works well. Not really a good way to redo it, so. Alright, and now that everything's put together, I can, right, you have no, yeah, this one has no torque, so I need to remove the torque. Remove the torque. The back one also has no torque. Perfect. There we go. And yeah, and then all I gotta do is probably get rid of you. I am going to have to find what's going to be the best way to manage to reverse this in time. It's probably going to end up being one of you. Right. I guess. No, that's not right either. That's. I guess. Like, the best I'd be able to get from this point is running. I guess if I move that back to here, so this was here, and this one could be one of these. I'd probably want this one. Good, so that brings this to this, which I then would need to swap to this. We are using heavy on the front just to kind of hope that everything works right. I then would use, I guess, you, and then you, and then I guess run we'd want to run that. I think this. Oh boy, these are gonna be fun. We're gonna put you. Boom. And then I'll just simply run you. Do this. Do this, do this. I then would need to run this. I would then have to run you like this. Somehow this all is working. Somehow I've managed to get all the right blocks in place. There we go. So we end up with this, like, beefed up kind of engine area. I'll then run some heavy armor paneling just over the top here. Perfect. And then what I might do is I might run that just as kind of, yeah, I like that. I don't think that there's anything else I can add. I could, in theory, do this, but I don't think that's gonna look any good, so I think my best option would be to... Actually, I've got an idea. If I want to run a heavy armor block here, do this. I got an idea. Where is it? G. Doesn't look like I got any of them. I do have scaffold blocks. And then if I would actually want to run that. I kind of like that. It kind of looks like it's like a extra plating on top. It adds just a tiny bit extra height, but I think that looks really good. It kind of preserves this sort of interesting bit of shaping. I kind of like that. I like that a bit better than just running it standard. Yeah, I like that a bit. And then what I think I'm going to do is just simply running... where the frick are all my connectors? Running back like this, maybe running down and out. And running like this, so then I can throw in... I'll be running another set of small hydrogens downward. Here we are. Where did I throw my programmable blocks and stuff like that? We're gonna throw a programmable block in here. Right over here. We'll throw in 2 timers just in case. I will need larger batteries, so I think I'm going to try to throw in some small batteries here. There we are. That should be plenty enough batteries. There we are. And the only other thing I could possibly want might be to throw in some hydrogen engines, just in case, so that this thing has its own power generation, but... like, I don't know. I don't think these look... These would look cool, maybe either connecting on the underside of something, but I don't think they work the best here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to more or less throw a level of heavy armor more or less like this. Here we are. All right, that'll probably be the maximum bit of heavy armor, just kind of finishing the armoring of the there we go. We'll at least want try to protect the hydrogen engine. Okay, and then I just need to throw on... Nope, that's not the right thing. Here it is. Access panel 4. 0. Oh, right. I need to remember these ones. All of those need to be replaced with their half-block counterpart. There we go. Perfect. And so now, if I just simply go 0, I am going to run to you, and I'm going to click reverse. Right, you have no control panel, all hinges. Oh, wait a dang second. Some of these are positive, right? So these ones are -7. Oh, good. They are all actually -7. Velocity, -7. Velocity, -7. Velocity, -7. All right. And then if I just do this, grab all of the hinges. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I like that so much. Oh, I love that so much. Oh, I love that so much. All right, I am going to grab all of these hinge, save. Now I can hinge like these. Shit. Okay. Oh, I didn't have share inertial tensors on. Quick load. Be fine. I don't know if the Russia's. Let's see. Uh. All right. All right. All right. Oh, hey, Naresh. How you doing? Okay. All right. So, uh, I saw the thing you posted on Discord. Is that gonna be a mod that I'm gonna need, or is that a gun that's actually in the game? Because I think the only guns that were those were only 5 rounds, but I don't know if that is in fact the gun that you were talking about. Um. No! Damn it! Why did it save when this happened? Dang it. Load game. Yeah, is that a mod or is this the internal game? Alright. Yeah, very excited with this. This has been really good fun. I have created a replacement of one of my fighters, so that's gonna be the one I gotta load in. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I'm very excited with this. Also, do you have anything for me to react to today, Naresh? Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very happy with this design. Don't mind that. Yeah, I'm very happy with this design. I am just realizing I am going to have to do a decent amount of work to make it work correctly. But, it'll be fine. Oh, I'm excited though. I'm very happy with this design. And the only thing I'm not as happy about is having to replace my batteries. They are either the... Okay, so I do in fact have those then. Okay. I didn't know if I would have those or not. There we are. I think that's enough. Alright. I think what I'm going to end up doing is I think I'm going to end up running a quick test soon. Let's just cover the engine. And I do need to remember to share inertial tensors, because otherwise everything blows up. Okay. Good. We've got the necessary components. Perfect. And then, yeah, I need to remember to share inertial tensor. I don't believe I did that on all of them, only the ones that move, right? Yeah, those are share inertial tensors, but these ones are not. Okay. And then there's a few to react. Good. Alright. Share inertial tensor. Okay, and then these are velocity -7. Okay, this hopefully works. Okay. Rather than go through the entire thing and do that, I'm going to reverse these. Good. There we go. Now the wings are good and folded. Reverse. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Reverse. Boom. Perfect. I absolutely love this design. Now, I do need to remember to quickly hop in here. Go to control panel, find the programmable block. I believe it would be under images. Wait, no. What are you? Is it no content, edit, browse scripts? I do have the scripts, right? There it is. Okay. Where is the subgrid thruster manager? Subgrid gyro manager. There's not a subgrid control one. Okay. I think this is the right one. So I think this allows it to take into consideration subgrids for thrusters at least. Hopefully. Save. Okay, something up. What's blowing up? Oh, apparently those do not work as I thought they would. Dirty tool, welder. Alright. Good, that should have worked now. This actually flies. Which means that in theory, all I've got to do now is do the reversal of this, and I can hopefully get this into space. I no longer have those in the groups though. Control panel. Hinges. Hinge. Save. Reverse. Okay, I very much don't have a lot of excess. so I can fly. But I don't have a lot of excess. So I need a little bit more thrust, and then we'll be good. So I'm gonna go make my way into space. And then, yeah. Okay. Oh, I have no reversing thrust. I have no brakes. Whoops. Well, good news is I'll be able to rotate. That could have been a problem. Alright, I'm gonna go get my way all the way into space. Then I'll be able to add in my braking thrust. And then... yeah. Pretty happy with this. Very happy with this. And then, once I'm in space, I will, work on the recoloring. I do wish... let's see. Okay. We got a little bit higher. Good. Yeah, I do need to finish shaping up the rest of the bottom and the underside of the wings, though I do think I will keep them mostly flat. I might add in some stuff as detailing on those flat sides, and I think adding some paint will be good, but yeah, I'm very happy with this design. We'll start pitching up again. I believe the rockets should be fine. Keep doing that. Good. Perfect. So I have my rockets capable of working, and I have my main guns also able to work. Perfect. Nope, stop trying to turn off my frickin' thing. I really need to stop doing that. Okay. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I think I'm gonna move some more of those thrusters to the back end. She'll add some more thrust to the back end of the vehicle. And then I think I will add in, once I add in that extra thrust, I think I'll add in some reversing thrust down at the bottom there. I might try, though I don't know if there's going to be any way for me to get any thrust about to the side of the cockpit, so I can get some better braking. And then I need a little bit more forward. Just because I want this to be, you know, the smallest form factor of these ships, at least in storage. Oh, even more to react to. Nice. Alright. Yeah. I'm really pretty happy with this design. I think this is probably one of my favorite designs. The other thing that I think is kind of cool is that if I wanted to, what I could do is I could have those the tips of the wings extend a little bit further, so you sort of get this dual curve to it. Because I believe at the angle that it's currently at, it's at the standard angle for yeah, it's at kind of the standard angle for the 1x2s. 22 degrees. Technically, the full one would be 22.5, because that's half of 45, which is half of 90, which is, of course, the angle, correct? So this is basically the 1x2 block angle. So if I wanted to, I could move the wingtips slightly down. Okay, I'll check those out in a second. Let me just get all the way to space. A little bit longer. And we'll finish off the rest of that. I do need to remember to also fix the left wing, as I forgot to put the hole in for my conveyor access. Because when it's landed not near a conveyor port, it needs a bit of excess conveyor action. So when you land, you should hopefully be able to access straight through there. Which I may need to actually add a bit of stuff to the wing to make that work, but either way, 90% of the building was finished, so I just need to finish up the rest of the design. Alright, I'm gonna guess that those are characters from one of the games. I don't know which one, but I assume that's what those are, either Arknights or I forgot the other one's name, dang it. Oh, or Girls Front Line, or I guess it could technically be the third game that you've shown me stuff, but I'm gonna assume it's one of those two. Alright. So. Good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to remove you. Add in you. I think I'm gonna actually use the sci-fi thrusters. Okay, that's fine. There we go. Okay, so we now have those reversal thrusts. And then I'm also tempted to add in some reversal thrust down here. If I keep the angle, it would work well if I throw you here. I need to find a good... I don't think there's any of these that would work the best. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a good spot to put you. And the best place is going to end up being... basically doing this. And then throwing... where the f is it? There it is. Throwing you here. There's our backward thrust. And then I would need to run... Uh-oh. I disconnected the thing I needed. Does that re-add it or no? No, it does not. Okay. I accidentally removed the programmable block, which is very important for this thing actually being able to fly. But why not? Oh, great. I can't actually add something there, so that is really going to be... Oh. I can attach it to the hydrogen tank, which, honestly, if that blows, well, it's dead anyway. Small conveyor. Run the small hydrogens here. Perfect. I can make this work. And then this is causing issues. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to cockpit, G, groups, hinge. Please don't blow everything up. Good. That will stabilize the rest of this for the time being while I go fix a lot of other issues that I forgot to fix earlier, like this being like it is. Please stop bugging out, Clang. I know you want to blow the ship to pieces. Please do not. I do not want the thing to fall apart. Please no take the ship, Clang. I do not desire my ship to be taken by the Clang. Access panel 4. Perfect. Okay. I don't want to add much more weight. I do kind of want to try to add in some more turning angles. So I think what I might do is I might throw in a few more gyroscopes. I'm not going to be able to add in any more okay. So if I do this, all right, where'd it go? There it is. Actually, I can do you one further. There it is. Do this. Go find my engines somewhere. Where the engines? Oh boy. The amount of reactions is climbing. Nice. And then we'll add in you. There we go. Can you please stop jittering around like you're gonna blow up? And stop sparking, please. You are hinge locked. You have shear universal tensor. What else could I possibly do to make you stop doing this? Only thing I can think of is magnetic plating. Which I might be able to get to work. To stop the jittering. Stop jittering. You stop jittering. Please. Oh, that's not close enough. And the only way that I can get this to work is maybe doing something like this. If I decide to, let's say, go over here, add in a block. Alright, that'll stop these two pieces from jittering against each other. Auto lock off. Oh, good. Now we're on a constant roll. That's not good either. Then the other thing I'm gonna do, throw one of these. Please stop shaking. Please stop shaking. Not close enough. Please stop shaking so violently. I would like to... Please stop shaking so violently. Okay, you are just going to continuously shake violently. I really need to stop this thing from shaking so violently. I guess this will sit like this, and then maybe I can come over to you. No. Of course you don't want to freaking sit right. Will you lock together? No, of course you're not going to lock together. Why would you? Alright, what happens if I do something like... Can I get something to stop this from fucking spazzing out? Please lock. There we go. And now I just need to do that on the other side. Until I can figure out a good way to stop this. Please stop trying to throw yourself apart. You are 1 block behind that. So that would put you right here. Alright, where the fuck's my thing? Please stop jittering. Okay. Have you stopped jittering so violently? There we go. It stopped jittering so violently. Now there is a problem, which is that I cannot have these connect here because that won't work. So I gotta somehow find a way to make this somehow feasible. And it still is trying to vibrate itself into oblivion. Please stop doing that. Okay, what happens if I just add shear inertial tensors on all the ones, even if they're not doing anything? Does this blow everything up or no? Gotta try to get you to stop jittering so much. Because otherwise this thing might vibrate itself apart, and I really don't want that. Okay. Okay, if I get rid of you, are you going to vibrate yourself to pieces again? Vibrating again. Shit. I need some way of... I had an idea. Okay, that'll work here because at the very least this works here. Okay, that works there. Now I just need to stop this one from trying to vibrate itself to pieces. Which I can probably do by doing this. Okay, this will allow me to not have everything try to vibrate itself to death while still being able to fold, because all I've got to do is unlock these landing gear, which I will title Wing Landing. wing. 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 Okay. And given the way that this works, the other thing I'm going to do is I think I'm going to add in a singular plate at the edge of these wings. Zero. Auto lock off. Used for parking off. Wing. Let me just auto lock. Used for parking. 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 Wait. Wing. There we go. Okay. So now what I can do is if I go over to here, I can do G or I, control panel, wing, all of you, wing, good. We'll just call these wings. So what I can do is groups, you, reverse, you, wing, switch lock. So all I've got to do is press 3, 5, 4. Boom. Okay. And now I no longer vibrate to oblivion. Perfect. At least not as bad. Good. This should have locked everything. Good. So now I'm going to undo 3, undo 5, do 4. Once everything settles a bit, you broke, didn't you? Shit. Oh shit. Why is it so loose? What broke? Well, that didn't work. What broke? You're connected. You're still connected. You're still connected. Hey, you're connected. Good. Connected everything. Good. That one's still connected, so that's all still fine. Okay. I think I'm gonna lower the torque on the drive ones, maybe, and a bit of braking torque. Okay, so we're gonna reduce the torque And up the braking torque and hope that helps. Reduce torque. Up braking torque. Should I also remove share inertial tensor? Is that gonna help me? Or is that going to harm me greatly? I don't know. Okay, there are a lot of things that I'm gonna also have to react to, so I think I might end up calling this project for the time being. So I would like to get it to a semi-stable state. Reduce the torque, up the braking torque. Okay. Do you still vibrate like... No vibrations. Vibrations, okay. Okay, then we... Okay. So far, that looks good. Everything's locked. Okay. Very minor twitching. Oh god, the amount to react to has continuously grown. I don't really know if that's good or not. Okay. 4. Give a little bit of time just to settle things out. Good. Okay. Okay. Okay, I have very little roll control. Appear to have a decent bit of pitch, though. Okay. Okay, I am pretty okay with this. I think I just need to add in the final bit of plating on the underside. So I'm just gonna add in a final bit of plating, just kind of doing whatever I can. Just doing that. Closing this. I think I'm gonna want to run this. I can do that. Then I think I want to run to 5. Where is it? You. Then if I run to this, I can do that. I want to add in number 5 just to kind of throw a tad bit more protection this way. Then I think I'm going to get rid of you, replace you with an inset connector because, well, it's now going to be surrounded anyway. Might as well. Good. This has everything it needs just to plant you there. So now that'll sit where you want it to. I can do that. Add in this, throw in the thrusters again. Perfect. Right. You are gonna run that. Boom. There we go. That works pretty well. I like where that sits. All of this looks good in my opinion. I'm happy with that. I do need to then basically do a very similar bit, just running you. Good. We'll run you. There we go. That works perfectly fine. I can run the light armor slopes. Perfect. All right, we're just gonna run you like this, just kind of peel it off a bit early. I think I will then run these heavy armor plates. Oh god, more is getting added. Realized these. There we go. There we go. Round the end. Of course, gotta do this again. So it's you, that. We'll run these as heavy armors. Perfect. And then we'll just finish the heavy armor. Then we'll just do this. There we go. I can run you. And I guess I can add in an extra layer of blocks if I wanted to. I think I might just add in like a layer panel, panel. Where the frick? There we go. We'll just kind of use that. I'll set up another of these sorts of angles. So we'll throw this. Good. I'll use some light armor. There we go. We'll just kind of run fairly basic. As we'll just run you. Light armor. Okay. Oh god. Real. I think the last thing I'm gonna do, were those heavy armor? I believe these were heavy armor panels, so we're gonna mark you there, because that shouldn't interfere at all. Good, and then think I'll add in one last set of panels. Let's find the flat panel. There we are. I think that'll be that, the paneling. And then I think we'll go full white. Is it what? Oh, shift? Control shift? There it is. Control shift to paint the entire thing. Control shift. White. Perfect. And then E, we're gonna go use this gray, find a purple. There we go. I think I'm gonna run no idea. I guess maybe where's clean? There we are. Good. I will bring these. Good. Okay. Apparently that doesn't seem to be doing much. I will continue my central stripe. Good. I will need G. Paint gun. we go. Oh, whoop. Perfect. And then I think what we'll do is use the paint here. Good. I quite like that. And then I can easily round you down. Round you down. There we go. Now that's painted. Perfect. Good. I kind of like that. I think I might add in some more, then we'll add in a bit of paint there. There we go. I am half tempted to just paint this. Yeah, I kind of like that. Then I can paint these. Good enough. And I can do that. I think that looks pretty good. I can easily run, yeah, I kind of like that, because then I can just simply run that. I do need to add in... Oh, that does not affect the painting, apparently. Okay. It'll be fine, I guess. And then I think the other thing I'm going to do is I think I'm just going to run a line of paint. Honestly, I think the last bit of paint will just be this. Just paint you, paint you, paint you. There we go. Now that blends that together a bit better. It does look like a bit excess with the paint, but I think it'll be fine. And then I think I'll just paint this corridor. I don't know if I want to go that. Maybe. How does the battered look? Battered doesn't really affect much. Oh wait, what happened? Uh. Okay. That was odd. Don't like that. Battered makes it gray. I don't like that. Oh, no. That's why that was that color. The purple still makes that very dull gray. I'm half tempted to try wood. Not happy with that. Weldless. Yeah, I'm okay with weldless. And then we'll just finish the paint down across. There we are. And then I think I'll probably... I think I'll paint the 3 here. I did. I completely missed one of those. Wow. Okay. Well, this is the weld bliss. And then, of course, down the front. Good. My practical standard colors at this point. Good. Alright. You know what? I'm pretty happy with this. I think I am tempted to maybe run... I might just do this. Give us a good angle of that ship. I need a screenshot. Alright, 1 second. Let me... There we go. Yeah, I like this. There we are. Is that a good angle for you? Alright. Oh yeah, I can also do this. Now it's perfectly clear, except for my head. Alright. Okay. God. Alright. There we go. Screenshotted it myself. Perfect. And now you do that. Yep. Okay. Now I am going to Control B. That's really okay. So now I've got this. Pretty okay with that. Oh. Okay. Rename. And I'll just put this as TF9 dash the TF9 DSR. I have no idea what this is, and then I'll just put small fighter. There we go. Alright, now I can finally be finished with this. I finished shaping it. Now I can do the reaction. At least some of these, because I don't think I'll be able to get to all of these. Considering, I don't know how many you added into the thing, but it looked like you added at least another 20, seemingly. So, I'm gonna get that set. Okay. Okay. But I now have a brand new fighter made. Oh, I'm so tired. Okay. Whew. That took way longer than I thought it would, but hey. I think you can get through most of them in short order. Okay. So there are a lot of like what? 1 minute, 2 minute sized ones basically then? Alright. Switch over to the avatar real quick. Do that. Alright. Is this where you put these? Ah, that's why. Okay. Here. There we go. Live screen. Yeah, okay. So it's that other game that I forgot the name of. Um okay, so we got this one, which is I guess the character in that kind of zoomed in version. We have Azure Lane, that's what it was. Okay, then we got all the different facial expressions. We get them standing still with that kind of zoomed out version. All right, this character and that version. Violet, Moonglow, got that, and then you got this version. All right. Oh wait. Oh what? Okay. Now I've got a freaking. Okay. This is gonna take forever. Okay. Do this. Okay. Now there's the first reactions. I'm just gonna get all the reactions pulled up. I can see what you mean, as this is not going to take very long for a lot of these. Those are both under a minute. All right. Up. Good. Okay, this is. Okay. I get all of these. 5. 5, yep. We'll get this one. Okay. Go. Okay.
Okay, come.
This. Yeah. Okay. Over there. Now to the third. Okay, there are a lot of that type. Okay. Where's that one? Okay, we got okay, we got another image of that. Okay. Yeah. I still have what, another 10 of these to go? All right. And that goes All right. Yeah. I don't think this is going to take very long to get through most of these. There are a couple that are like 9 minutes or whatever, but that shouldn't be too big of an issue. Considering just how many of these are like 20 seconds. The downside is it probably takes me longer for some of these to pull them up than it does. Okay. There's a decent amount of people playing with jackhammers. All right. Okay. If I miss anything, I don't think I can really find it again. So. Oh, nope. I already clicked into that one. Is it this one that I was looking for? Think so. Music not war. That's this one, right? Yes. Okay. I did in fact have that right. How many of these did you send me? Okay.
And
Jeez.
they are even.
Shut up. All right. I think it's this one. I really am mostly guessing at this point. Like, Jesus. How many did you send me? This is ridiculous. I didn't notice how many you ended up actually sending. Okay. It's just 5 more, I think. Okay.
Hot.
All right. Okay. Oh, was it this one? Okay. Yep, that one. I think this is the last one. Finally. Okay. I think you can get the away. Oh, they don't have a separate art yet, unless that's the humble. Okay. Okay, let's oh god. Alright. There we go. There's the better look at that character's one. I know it's out in the background for a little while. That should be this one. Okay. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. There are 30 things for me to react to today. Lovely. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Full Metal.
Hoorah!
Please tell me if the sound is right, or do I need to raise the sound? Okay, this looks like some training. Oh, wait. 36 total. Got the first three. No, I have the first three. Yeah, I have the first three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 31. I have all that. Okay. And is the sound right? By the way? Or do I need to up the sound? Okay. Okay.
Up in the morning, starving by noon.
Up early in the morning, starving by noon.
Okay then. Alright. I think I'm gonna need to up the sound on all of these, unfortunately. But I am just going to delete as I go. Sergeant back. No, I don't think so. I think I have all of them. Alright. Okay, this is definitely an interesting game. Okay. On your end, it might have cut off some. I have all 30, all 31. To CN PV middle, P90. Alright. Okay. Alright, I need to up
你有什
sound
么
again.
想和指挥官说的吗？指挥官同志，好久不见，您还记得我吗？哼，就算你说一直记得，我也不会特别高兴的。别回作业了。骗你的，其实我已经迫不及待要和达令见面了。那么指挥官，你要不要发动小脑筋，猜猜我
I
在哪
think
里？
some of these make more
没错没错，
sense if you
忘记找
can
指挥官
understand what's
说
being
了好像
said.
有什么东西
I。assume some of the gestures make a little bit more sense.
回去记下来啊，指挥官。
Overall, though, you
Get
can
on
still
board.
get a decent idea on personality of the
Yeah,
character,
yeah.
so... May not understand what's being said, but
Yeah,
understand the
yeah.
personality of the character, so I guess that works.
用拍电影来比喻的话，接下来才是重头戏。
Yeah, it's more like a what? Is that what? Vector 90? Is that the kind of gun? Cool.
差不多该结
This
束
is
了吧
one？of the more interesting types of guns.
反派退场。
The P90.
啊，还是
And
结
for
束
a
了
more
吗？
interesting
再等
loading.
等啊，指挥官，你的大明星米蒂尔
system
很快就来找你啦！在象征幸福的鸟儿指引下，P90归队。指挥官，从今天开始叫我米蒂尔吧。无论你去哪里，我都会飞到你身边哦。今天要扮演谁呢？
It's a fairly decent look for the character. There'll be 36. There is not. I don't know if you missed a batch, but there's only 31. I think you might have missed a batch of 5. We've done so far 3. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. And in the queue, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 grand total, which if I have watched 30, that means I should be 28. So I think you might have missed a batch, apparently.
都在发生。只要待在指挥官的身边，就会有这种感觉。
Amber Reel of Moonlight. Congrats, Jeff.
今天要扮演谁呢？
Do you need me to click on everything?
上指挥官。哦，指挥官走
Dave
路好快。
Johnson.
但是没关系，我会翻着跟头追上你的。现在的我已经能很自然地用属于自己的方式和你说话了。
I don't know.
这也是一
Let me
种
finish
成
this
长
one
吧。
and then I'll go through all of them and see. I don't think so, though.
Rush, rush！ 有没有觉得这副太阳眼镜很好看？
Alright. Alright. Yeah.
尽管下命令吧，
Okay,
指挥
and then
官。
there's
武
oh
力绝
that's
不会让你失望。
that's trolling, right? No, that's not trolling. I'm forgetting who has that. Is it? I don't think that's not trolling. I don't actually know who. I don't know them by the like AN94. I don't think that's a new character, but yeah, I just don't know them by those names. I don't know them by the name of the gun. I know them by the name in the game. Unfortunately. Alva, okay. That's who that is. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know him by basically those names, but none of the others, so... Alright. Just kind of showing basic stuff. Alright. Before this ends, by the way. What? Well, after it ends, go back to the starting splash art. What, this starting splash art?
都在发生。
This one? Well, what about it? Do I need to continue a few frames before, or? And then once I've got that, I'll go double check. I can show you what the last one is. That way you can see if the last one is in fact the right last one. Yeah. Is known as Kura. Is from PNC. So to our left. Okay, so this character. Okay, so that's a different character then. MDR, known as Kuro in Project Neural Cloud. Interesting. Okay, that's kind of cool. And then yeah, the last one that I have is Pat paths in the snow. So I don't know if that's the last one on your end, or... Because unfortunately I can't see what was in the Discord right now, so I can't verify. Look for Cave Johnson. Alright. Let me just get rid of this first one. Got that. EN localizers. Prime negotiator. Love this. Nobody's perfect. Best of British humor. Last 5 seconds change everything. That one. Prima Victoria. Real Rock FM. The people with the jackhammers. The several videos of the jackhammers. Even more jackhammers. Mary Poppins Reloaded. Make Music Not War. Asking Oblivion NPC a question. Kneel to the artist. To this artist. Bull Not Afraid. The Worst Helicopter and War Thunder. Bus Driver. F14A. And then it's the Arknights in the last group. So, first steps. Retracing our steps. Okay. I missed the batch that had Cave Johnson in it. Yes. Apparently so. Alright. P90 towards the Elmo. There you go. And then I'll get those once we finish the rest of these, and I'll add them to the list. Okay. I don't know what this is, but I want to just also mark it added to queue. That way I can save to watch later. There we go. Now I'll watch that later. Clear the queue. Perfect. Right. Are these all characters from Defy? Is that this group? Okay. You okay. Only be destroyed. So okay. Okay. So here is part of the new EN combo group cutscene in the crew deck. They're all dolls with schoolgirl skins, but here hasn't gotten the school suit for Alva, who is using her business suit instead. Okay. So it's basically a cutscene in the game, and for basically all characters, which they've so far given a schoolgirl skin to. Alright then. Doesn't make too much sense to me on why they would split it up, but I mean, kind of makes sense. Okay, they've got like a little drone mimic thing. Apparently on fire. Alright then. We have a big one in the end right now as part of the DP12 event. Okay. It looks like a P90 with orange furniture on it. I think that's the right term. I think. That's an interesting design that they have for that skin on the gun. And of course... Alright. It's correct. What? Oh, okay, yeah. It takes me way too long to realize what is being referenced after I've said something. Oy. Okay. The benefit is I think this or one other video is the longest. And all the rest are like a minute at most, so... I think there's a couple of 2 to 3 minute ones, but... Yeah. Alright. Alright. Yeah. The character designs definitely look cool. It does give me a lot of, looking at all these different characters kinda gives me ideas on some stuff that I would need to do for my own 3D model. In terms of, like, what needs a texture. I don't know how to do those textures, but it definitely, yeah, definitely gives, get my mind moving a bit. At least a little faster than it currently is. I'm a little tired right now, of course. Alright, okay. You know, I'll check those out later. God. I am very much not the most alert that I should be. Or could be. Oh, that is... Oh, right. I did just remember one thing I wanted to react to, as well. Which I completely forgot to do, so I will probably do it tonight. It will mean that it'll be probably around 140, 150 by the time I'm finished. Fortunately, but I keep seeing other people do a react to something, and I want to actually watch those, and so I'll actually react to it. Alright. Okay. Handbags and different set. Okay, first a handbag, and I don't know if the middle one is also technically considered a... I don't know if there's a what the difference would be between those. Or if they'd all technically be considered a purse. Alright.
うんうん、そんな感じ。
Okay.
そんな。
A clutch bag, perhaps? Okay, that would be what the other thing would probably be called. Right, so the smallest one's probably would be is probably, yeah, the clutch bag, I'd assume. Then the handbag for the one that has the strap with it. And then, yeah, okay.
そんな。
Alright.
それは良くないんじゃ。指揮官、指揮官。
Alright then. Uh,
奇跡と呼ばずして何と呼ぼう。
alright. Okay. As I go through the final rest of this. Okay. Bit better.
エルモ号って広すぎて気を抜くと迷子になっちゃうんだよね。でも指揮官のいる場所ならどこでも見つけられるよ。
Oh lord. Okay. Alright.
指揮官といるとね、奇跡は
Alright,
毎日起きているって思えるんだ。
Alright, and that's... Okay, and now I can finally look at all of the... Oh, okay. No, it's just artwork for the character. Okay. Got that one. I assume this is from the first game, so... That one. The second one. Scare the turbo. I assume outfit, seemingly a winter outfit for the character. The damaged version again, because apparently this game just doesn't want that. The girl from BEL. Alright. And of course the damaged version is the same one who went on to make Club and Typhoon and Arknights. Okay. Alright. Okay, and this is as our base. Okay, so this is our base in the original game. Okay. Alright. And yeah, the BEL. Yeah. Alright. Alright. We're on to the localizer ruining the game. Oh, the very first one is the base.
Today we have news of yet another corrupt English localization. A localization so bad that they completely butchered this game's dialogue. And within 24 hours of this being brought to the attention of the developer has issued a statement and has already begun hotfixing out the localization.
Okay.
The game is Yunyun Syndrome Rhythm Psychosis, a rhythm adventure game about a psychotic hikikomori girl, also an avid anonymous poster, who corrupts the world with her severe brain rot from listening to too many Denpa songs. Released only a few days ago on April 23rd. And the release has been going pretty well for this game. It's got a cute art style, very positive reviews on Steam, but then as mentioned, people, as they played the game, noticed something very off about
the BEL one is the base one for oh, okay. That's the base.
localization.
Okay.
For example, the localizer's going full Reddit mod, interjecting a bunch of rhetoric about fascism, which we can see in this example got changed in the recent hotfix by the developer. The fix changed the dialogue to, their command spells ain't got nothing on me. But the localizers had a different vision. They actually had that line altered from Japanese to English originally as, I will never be victimized under fascism again. Other examples like the English localization saying in fascism before the developer stepped in to change that to somebody stop this. Pretty crazy how the English localizer
Oh, great. So it's a, they got some idiot. Yeah, I'm
really
not
tried to
surprised that
interject all
somebody
this
would have
rhetoric
done
about
this.
stopping fascism when the original context had nothing to do with any of that. 24 hours ago on our visual novels, a top post for the day reading Jungian Syndrome, Rhythm Psychosis. This game has the worst JP to English localization I've ever
Yeah.
seen. While this game isn't a strict visual novel, it's more of a mix-up between interactive VN and rhythm game. I would like to mention it here considering how people enjoy discussing localization in recent VN games, with enjoy in quotes. Adding genuinely, if you're somewhat knowledgeable about the Japanese language or have played a fair share of visual novels and recognize more or less how lines should translate into English, I beg you to play the free demo on Steam and see for yourself. For example, the localizers changing Irene, which should simply translate to I don't need it. Well, they instead changed it to I'd cut my uterus out if I CLD could. Yeah, pretty weird stuff. And it's full of stuff like that. A machine translation would do a better job than this. It's borderline on read.
This is a case where the devs actually heard about it and took action at pace. Most of the time, never hear about it for weeks, and they never fix the issues what they should. Yeah. To be fair, though, I don't know why whoever was the company who did this should be publicly stated and should be review bombed and given so much hate to the company who actually did this translation that that company goes out of business and those people never can be hired as translators again. And that really should be the effect that is done for this. Because if you do this, what they are doing is they are basically taking the broad idea and then throwing everything that they want into it. So they're not translating it, they're just putting what they want it to say.
Readable, which is insane considering how heavily anime slash VN culture is referenced in this game. Most references are gone in English, more information about that coming up, as if the person translating it had no knowledge about what it's even referencing, so they decided to just delete it or change it. Then there's stuff like Yamero changed to in fascism, and the example that I read a moment ago of I won't bind you with a command spell being changed into I will never be victimized under fascism again. The user is saying ridiculous. And of course, as we also went over, some of this has already been getting fixed with hotfixes. Users going on to notice that the only localization that seems to be butchered is the English one, unsurprisingly, saying stuff like, oh yeah, by the way, from what I've seen, it's only the English localization that's messed up. So if you speak any other languages, you might get a non-terrible localization here. Looking at the different languages, character Q-chan is called that in every language, including Japanese, of course, except for English, where she's QTIE, like QTI or QT for some reason. So it seems like all the other translations were done from Japanese instead of English, thankfully. I've played a bit with the Polish localization and it seems fairly accurate, at least according to my rudimentary Japanese knowledge. Seems it really is only English that's really bad.
Yeah.
This game seems to have become one of the most blatant examples of why so many Western localizers have been getting so much hate and criticism now. Localizers have been doing stuff like this for years and getting a lot of criticism for doing stuff like this for years, but I am glad that more people are becoming aware of it, although of course the circumstances are unfortunate. As of course it means that these localization companies continually take advantage of overseas developers, overseas mangakas, and other overseas artists.
The command spell part is a reference to the Fate series, where the servants, the ones who are taken from historical characters, are commanded by their master. The player character is okay then. Yeah. What I'd have to basically say is that the people who are doing this localizer are more than likely to speak politically with it. They are likely practically what the US would consider to be like the very, very far left, with absolutely no care to keeping anything how it actually is, and instead doing everything that they can to put their politics into it. That appears to be what happened here, which I think should get the company who did it to be plastered everywhere, review bombed, and every person under it to be so publicly shamed by doing this that they can't find a job as a localizer again. Because otherwise, they're just going to go to another company, even if it's the full company that gets taken by that horrible action, that it doesn't do anything. So I think that, yeah, those people should be kept track of and basically told every time that they go to a new job, hey, these people did this severe amount of butchering to this. They are not good at their job. Do not hire them. In that
taking
job
their money
type.
under the false pretense that the localizers are going to help them, but instead they butcher the intellectual property. There's really a strong argument to be made that these localizers are just con artists, or to use a term that they love, they're grifters. One user even created an entire Google Doc showcasing how terrible the localization is, with almost 1,000 entries, with examples such as the Japanese context reading, "That's irrelevant," but the English localization changing that to "necessary evil D's nuts." Really? I mean, how cringe is this? What's wrong with these people? You can see the other localizations, though, for example, Korean, Spanish, French, German, etc., saying things like, "I don't care, you're not my problem, nothing to do with it, does not interest me," right? So completely different from the English localization done by these massively out-of-touch people. And would you look at that, the document also includes information about the localization team.
Oh, good. So this localization team should be pretty much harassed online till they can't get a job as a localizer again. At least that's the way that I say it. Because if you're going to not do your job and then you're instead going to throw yourself into it, then
Coming from a localization company named Dragon Baby. Rings some bells, doesn't it, huh? What's with these localization companies and DI consultation firms and babies? You got Sweet Baby Inc., you got Ghost Baby, now you got Dragon Baby. All of them highly corrupt and politically brain-rotted. And the reason these weirdo localizers get involved in the anime and gaming industries, despite their massive hate of anime fans and gamers, is one, they have financial incentive.
Well, no, the reason why they do it is because they want to twist it. They're going into this with the intent to twist it, to drag it under their will. They have an idea on politics, and so if you're not agreeing to their politics 100%, then you must be evil. And so they will suppress anything they would consider not part of their politics. That's what those companies do.
Because they've become massively profitable industries, and
it's
two,
not that it's profitable.
Because these losers have their entire lives dictated by their own political brain rot.
Yeah.
And they hate how they've constantly failed to sway anime fans and gamers to their political side, especially because they have so many rich and powerful organizations and institutions that prop up their rhetoric.
Exactly.
So they get very frustrated that despite that, the anime and gaming communities tend to always push back against their rhetoric and they don't fall for their political propaganda. And what frustrates them and angers them even more is that more and more young people are moving in the opposite direction. So then these sort of people get increasingly desperate because, again, their only real goal in life is to push their politics onto others and to get paid while they do it. As we saw in the document, two of the higher ranking members at this localization company, Dragon Baby, that's responsible for this mess with Yunyun Syndrome, are one Sam Burton and one Jeremy Blaustein. We can see over on the Blue Sky account for Dragon Baby localization that Sam Burton and Jeremy Blaustein are the first two people that they actually followed on the account. With more information on their accounts, Jeremy Blaustein, pictured on the left, and Sam Burton.
Oh yeah, this guy looks sane. Same here.
And there on the right, Jeremy Blaustein's bio reading Venerable Dragon of Dragon Baby, and Sam Burton's bio reading The Dragon of Dragon Baby, he/him, irredeemable vampire simp planning to usurp the localization world with a golden heart and silver tongue. We already know how dishonest these people are, but it gets even worse. Let's quickly take a look at Jeremy Blaustein here. Interesting fella. Apparently worked as a localizer even during the mid to late 90s for Konami. According to Wikipedia, he's the brother of the late Mighty Blaustein, who the entry writes was known for being the VA of Meowth and for being the first intersex and transgender VA for many agencies. Going back to Jeremy Blaustein, yeah, you can see that indeed throughout the 90s and 2000s, he had worked on some very popular, very successful games. But then for whatever reason, it looks like his work with Japanese companies really dried up after the early 2000s. One potential explanation for the massive gap in his resume is that Japanese creatives didn't like the guy. They didn't like
Yeah.
him and didn't like the local.
My best guess is that he tried to put his own politics into shit, or would bring his politics into shit, and a lot of companies don't like when you do that.
Localization work that he was doing. For example, in an interview posted by Arcade Attack, Blaustein said he was fired from Japanese company Jellico for quote unquote insubordination.
Yeah. Insubordination. Yeah. You are hired under them, which means that if they tell you to do your job this way, you do the job that way. If you do not want to do that job, they can either fire you or apply other pressure to make you do your job the way you're supposed to do your job.
Hideo Kojima himself apparently also personally disliked Blaustein. We can see in a different interview posted by Den of Geek that Kojima apparently thought Blaustein went too far with his creative liberties. And some say
Yeah.
Kojima himself even had a hand in getting Blaustein fired from working on Metal Gear. Fast forward about
Yeah,
20
that sounds about
years,
right.
now we're in the 2020s, and he's returned with this localization company, Dragon Baby.
Yeah.
Over on Dragon Baby's website, we can see that they're actually taking credit for working on a number of iconic Japanese games. For example, the aforementioned Metal Gear. However, as we
Lovely.
know, that's not really true. Dragon Baby didn't work on Metal Gear. Blaustein did on his own. And now it really looks like Dragon Baby is trying to
Wow.
mislead overseas creatives with their deceptive list of credits. Which takes us back to the official statement from the developer of Yunyun Syndrome addressing all of these issues. The developer going on to thank players and to thank everyone for bringing the localization issues to their attention and showing a number of the fixes to the text that we already went over. Going
Yeah.
on to further say that they're going to take a longer look at all the in-game text alongside their localization partners in the near future to make sure that the
Yeah.
final product is accurate to their vision, the creator's vision.
Yeah.
However, the dev also goes on to say that they worked very closely with the localization teams in English, and that from the very start they were working to create a version that represents the dev's vision for Yunyun and Cutie's world. Many players have obviously taken issue with this specific section, going on to criticize it and wondering how the heck the dev could have ever seen these changes and been fine with them. However, others have said that sort of phrasing is really just a Japanese formality. Now, I can
Yeah.
tell you that I've seen Japanese creatives make similar statements in the past, that they've worked closely with the very people who are taking advantage of them and ruining their intellectual property.
Well, yeah.
So perhaps it really is just a formal, polite thing.
Yeah. Well, that's probably exactly what it is. It's them being. They don't want to be rude and saying, I trusted these people with this, so I let them do it. I hired them. They said they did good work. I believe they did good work, so I tried to do that. And then
However,
they did
I
this.
don't know enough about Japanese culture to definitively come to a conclusion about that.
I mean, that
Nevertheless,
definitely
as you
sounds
also
like
saw, players are recommending that the dev never work with Dragon Baby again, which is a very reasonable and wise suggestion. Dragon
Yeah.
Baby localizers clearly don't care about the devs.
No.
And all of the Japanese artists that worked on this game, they were willing to tarnish
they don't
all of
give
their
a
work
shit.
to force in their own political worldviews.
Yes.
Furthermore, players are also pointing out that the issue isn't just a few examples, but the entire English localization itself, the entire thing needs to be redone.
Yeah.
And it's a very sad situation because you can only imagine how extremely stressful this must be for the devs who just released their game a few days ago. Now they see that their entire English release has been botched, and now the entire thing needs to be remedied. That, of course, will take time and money. And it's unlikely that Dragon Baby will refund 100% of the money that they were paid for
they
this
won't
horrible
refund probably
work,
any of it.
unless there's some sort of civil action taken against them.
Yeah,
We
there
can
would
only
have to be
hope that
criminal
everything will
action
work
or
out for
civil
these hardworking
taken.
developers and artists, and that more overseas creatives become aware of how commonplace corruption in the English localization industry is, so they can avoid these sort of disasters in the future. There is a bright
Yeah.
side to all of this, though. As I briefly mentioned in the middle of the video, it's good that more people around the world are becoming aware of these issues.
Yeah.
And this specific situation with Yunyun Syndrome will now be a great example that people can cite as evidence for how corrupt the English localization industry is. So you could say
Yeah.
that the propaganda they tried to force into Yunyun Syndrome actually ended up backfiring on them massively.
Yeah.
And going back to
That's the
Blaustein
problem.
of Dragon Baby, one might even argue that he holds a level of malice after he was essentially axed from the Japanese industry years ago, decades ago.
Yeah.
Now he's returned to try to butcher their work as much as possible.
Of course.
Unfortunately for him, the anime community, the gaming community, isn't having that one bit. And here we are. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please consider liking and or subscribing.
Yeah, not great. All right, next thing. We got a lot of these shorter. Prime negotiator at work.
We want everyone to get out of this untouched, okay? What are your demands?
I want $100,000 and 2 tickets to Brazil, first
How
class.
about $2,000 and some tickets to Dreamworld?
What? I'll f***ing kill her.
Is she really worth that much money and a couple of tickets to Brazil?
Yeah.
She's clearly over 30, mate. Not a real blonde.
She told me she was 20 and career orientated.
I was 20. I said was 20.
Come on, mate. You've been scammed. But, you know, that's okay. Happens to the best of us. Don't put that on us.
She provides a lot to society. It's gonna be worth something.
Really? What?
Yeah, I'm a mother to 6 beautiful children.
6?
6?
Close up shop down there. Jesus Christ.
Best I can do is maybe $100 gift card to Amazon. Split an Uber.
Just take that one. Just take it.
I want $100 real and you pay for the Uber.
Okay, yeah. Have you graduated uni?
I got pregnant in high school and I had to drop out.
Oh, $50 and I'll hire an e-scooter for an hour only.
Hang on.
Whoa.
Give me what I want or I'll kill the dog.
What are your demands? Don't kill the dog. Don't kill the dog.
All right then. Okay then. That definitely took a turn.
Get in the car! Where the f is this so messy? Jesus, so much shit in here! What's wrong with you? Do you have kids? No. God, this is disgusting!
I'm just a girl.
God! Stay there!
Ah yes, I think I've seen this one before.
Yay! It's so clean.
What the f is that sound? Is that your engine?
I mean, I can't usually hear that because, you know, I'm like blasting my tunes.
It's like a clock on me. What the f is wrong with your engine? When's the last time you checked your f***ing oil?
What do you mean, checked your oil?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Check your...
Yeah, it's a big repair. Gonna cost you a couple grand.
Oh, that's the sound we want. What?
Nothing. It's nothing. You wouldn't care.
What is it?
I'm just really hungry. I'm like, I don't think I'm a very good captive when I'm like super hungry and my tummy's so grumbly.
Yeah, I
Cause
think I've seen this
There's
before.
peanuts in the glove box. Why don't you have the peanuts in the glove box?
I don't want peanuts. I want McDonald's.
Can I just get a piece of grilled chicken by itself, a large Diet Coke, and large fries, please?
Drink is a lie.
Yeah, I said.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one before. All right.
Ding dang ling a 响叮当，叮叮咚，叮叮当，咚叮叮叮噔，呼呼！又改了，这个怎么搞了
Ah yes.
噔噔噔噔噔噔噔，你哦，能1258809。
请正对摄像头，验证通过。
Full screen it? Okay.
今天就是美好的一天喽。
That doesn't really increase the size by much. Yes. All right, and then yeah, I think all of these I'll just full screen it. Classic British humor.
The Iraq-Iran conflict. Now in its 80th day, where exactly do the warring parties stand? Well, we have to work very much on the claims of the protagonists. Iraq have claimed that they are moving on beyond Khorramshahr with all their divisions on to Tehran. Moving divisions here, armoured divisions coming through here, and infantry and armoured divisions pressing on in that direction. Iran, of course, are counterclaiming now and are claiming that all along the 600-mile border, they have moved their missile divisions, armoured divisions, and their infantry divisions straight forward to make a direct assault on Baghdad. So that's the position as we see it at the moment. In fact, it might actually help if we just swap this around like that and
Ah, yes. Yeah, I definitely have seen that one before. It was kind of funny. All right. Last 5 seconds. Change everything.
Morning, sir. Morning, gentlemen. Morning. Morning. Thank you. Good morning.
Now, Rawlinson, we, the directors and I, have been considering the club's recent results.
Yes, sir.
Played 18, won 0, drawn 0, lost 19. This includes, of course, last night's match against Newport County, when you surrendered before kickoff.
Yes, sir.
Now, the directors and myself, we don't want to start apportioning blame or anything.
All right.
But we did feel that perhaps some new players...
I signed 3 new players last week, sir.
Ah, yes, so you did. Kevin Rawlinson, Gary Rawlinson, and Denny Hotchkiss.
Fine lads, sir.
Perhaps, but by some remarkable turn of fate, Rawlinson, all 3 are your cousins.
That's a lie, sir.
All right, so Denny Hotchkiss is your wife's cousin.
He's a fine, promising youngster, sir.
He's 47.
Not until September, sir.
And as for our so-called youth squad...
Now, sir, I won't have a word said against those lads. I look on those lads like... Well, like a father looks on his sons, sir.
They are your sons, Rawlinson.
Coincidentally, sir, yes.
I suppose that's why we signed our new left winger.
Sir, that left winger is there for reasons of skill, pace, and experience.
And because she's your mother?
There is a family connection, sir.
She's your mother, Rawlinson. And she's 81.
Well, she's young for her age, sir.
But you know, all this, Rawlinson, would pale into insignificance if it wasn't for the question of our goalkeeper.
Well, he tries his best.
Tries his best? Rawlinson, how do you think we directors feel sitting in our box come a Saturday, looking down at our goalkeeper, running around in excited little circles, yapping and barking and pausing only to piddle against the goalpost?
Fluffy's been in the family for years, sir.
I'm surprised you don't play your blasted cat.
It's got a groin strain. I suppose this is it, then, is it? The sack? Another Football League manager fired?
Now, Rawlinson, listen to me. This club isn't like the others. We don't sack our managers just because you lose a few games. So we're going to give you one last chance. Win on Saturday, and your job is safe.
Thank you, Uncle Norris. Thank you.
All right, then. I did not expect that last bit. I did not expect that last bit, but I guess that is kind of what that said it was. All right. All right. You hit puberty, but it never ends. Yeah, it is. All right, then. I'm not at all, I'm not surprised that somebody can get that deep. Because, being able to get a very... It's not something that kind of surprises me, but, yeah. That was definitely interesting. And, yeah, wonderful nepotism. Depending on situations, it can be quite useful. Alright. Right, Primo Victoria. Alright then. Yeah, I guess I'll listen to the regular one. Primo Victoria. We'll just overdo it. So it's basically what happens when you switch the minor and major keys to major and minor. Yeah. Alright, we'll do the, I guess, official music video for it. Love Sabaton stuff. Alright. Okay, next thing. Oh, Amanda.
You're now listening to 102.3 Real Rock FM, where we play nothing but rock, rock, and more rock. This ain't your granny's station.
Waking up to action.
Alright then. Yeah. That does sound about what most things. Okay, now on to the several things of the jackhammers.
Clowns inbound, 30 down. We need the 50.
I did not expect that. I did not expect that. Okay, then. I was expecting more of this. I did not expect the edit. Okay. Okay.
No!
Yes. Always fun to see a bunch of people mucking about with construction machinery. This is what happens when people have time on their hands, especially grown men with time on their hands. Alright, we got Mary Poppins Reloaded.
What is the meaning of this outrage? Will you be good enough to explain all this?
First of all, I would like to make one thing quite clear.
That woman deserves her revenge. And we deserve to die.
As I expected, Mary Poppins practically perfect in every way.
Alright then.
And snap! The job's a game.
Okay then.
Yes, I think it will be quite suitable. Cheeky.
But you've got to get over being mad at me and start becoming afraid because she is coming, and she's coming to kill you.
I beg your pardon.
What the heck? I'm confused as to why or how somebody came up with that, but alright then. Okay, make music, not war. What is this? Okay, so that's what that was. I was curious what this was going to end up being. Alright. Okay. Let's get away. Asking Oblivion PCs a question.
Okay, where are we?
We are in Tau Mata Whakatangi Hanga Ko Au Au O Tamatea Turipu Kaka Piki Maunga Horo Nuku Poka Iwi He Nua Ki Tana Tahu to his lover.
Easy for you to say.
Oh shit. Okay, the original title of the video was It's Not a War Crime When Ribbon Gloria is playing. I don't know how the heck that's actually supposed to be said, because I have no idea what's with that, what looks like a fancy bee. I don't know how that is pronounced when there's the fancy bee. Okay, I kneel to this artist.
Reminder not to re-upload or redistribute any of my works without... without...
Psych! You fucking Mong. It's uploaded in the internet. You can do whatever you want with it. Edit it, deep fry it, remove its watermarks, let it loose!
But your hard work!
Will live forever. You fucking Mong. It's uploaded in the internet. You can do whatever you want with it. Edit it, deep fry it, remove its watermarks, let it loose!
But your hard work
will live forever.
Okay, that's what that was. Okay, so it sounds grosser. Okay, so that's Resin, what would that be then? Like a Resin's Gloria? I don't know how that. I still don't know how to pronounce that. But all right, Bull Not Afraid.
Be not afraid. How many did you fucking drink?
Ah. Okay then. That's what that was. Okay.
Mouse Ames.
Worst tall crap and worth.
Yeah,
they're crap. They're
Two-
like really crap.
Like, I know loads of people are kind of freaking out about this, but it's like it's got a 2-kilometer range and 85 meters a second. Like, hello, man? That's not going to be crazy, is it?
Oh, wow. Half-Prism's got a real good low-top setup then. It's amazing what happens if you have a lot of time on your hand and some really, really good settings on things. This is just impressive. Real impressive. That's nothing, but I'll get the wheel to aim. Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Got one missile left. And a dream.
Is that door open? Alright then,
Yes!
wow. That was impressive.
Catfish.
Got the door open, I guess. Ooh.
Left missile next. I think they killed the martyr.
Boom. Right on top of it. That's a wire-guided missile. Ah. Okay. doubt any of this is at all possible with a mouse and keyboard. But don't know if you can actually get the amount of control you need with
sure I get this one right.
Fire guided, kind of like a pill missile. Pill missiles are wild guides, I believe. Amazing. Well, it's good background music for this. Definitely at least a fuller.
I got him like that. I cannot believe it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna die though.
Yeah. At the very least, well, the bit mainly is that I think in order to do those sorts of maneuvers at all decently,
at least land on Alpha.
You have to have the difference and like the subtle movements that controllers kind of give, since they've got, you know,
say if you're still in the chopper,
like, yeah, a bit of inspiration like the Orange Thunder with Wargun Emperor, or the arrow keys similar to joysticks. Yeah. 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 Alright. Okay. Karen in Hong Kong.
You what, man? What do you want, man? Hey, you know what? You're drunk. You know what, motherfucker?
Excuse me?
Yeah,
Excuse me? Call the police.
Call them right now. Call them now and find out.
Get the fuck out of here. They're not allowed here. You're yeah? You know what? You're gonna be.
I can ask your opinion because I'm not smoking. No, you honestly, your video tells me you and these people fuck each other's talk about it. My girl, she's not disturbing anyone. And you know what? I bet she loves to make friends with you because she's a loving creature and you're not. So why don't you go back to China where you grew up, motherfucker?
You're in China.
I just said go back to China where
you're in China.
Sorry.
You're in
China.
China.
I'm in Hong Kong.
You're in China.
I can actually hear what's going on, that'd be nice.
Everything's off?
Yeah.
Hey, go fuck yourself.
Alright.
You'll be famous. You're famous. Go fuck yourself. You're a cuck. Go fuck yourself.
At least they're moving fine.
You know what? I hate you. Go get a hat. Yes, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. I'm not at all surprised that somebody would, I'm going to assume, either be drunk enough or dumb enough to do that. Okay, the F-14 can't Cobra, but it can do this. Alright. Oh yes, the F-14. Definitely an interesting aircraft with the variable geometry wings. Definitely an interesting bit. Wow, that is a very interesting that is a very interesting maneuver to do. What did they do? Okay, they've hard ruddered and hard moved the joystick, so they've kind of done. Okay, I can kind of understand what they actually did there. Somewhat. Yeah, because they did a hard roll while hard rudder, basically putting a sideways and a roll to it. So that's what, a yaw and roll? Yeah, I think that's right. So they yawed left and turned, no, yawed right and turned right, basically. Something I've tried to do on Star Citizen a few times, but never managed to do correctly. Alright. How long are these? It's 15, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute. Okay, yeah. How long are the other ones that you wanted me to react to? Oh! Alright, let's see. Let's get the final batch.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll probably save these for another stream. Mostly because it's already 2 in the morning, and if I'm doing the, and it does seem like we're going to be doing hunting, so that's in what, 6 hours? So, yeah, I'm probably going to end up calling it, here. Yeah, I think I'll call it there, so we should have, what, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, 10. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna call it for tonight, just because yeah, it's 2 in the morning now. This is gonna be at least another 20 minutes, at least. So, all right, let's go. Red. What? Oh. There it is. Red maze. Is this right? Let me do this. Oh, that's fun. That's not loading. Why is that not loading? Okay. Yeah, he be playing. Yep. All right. All right. The raid. All right. Basically, GTA 6 anime before. Okay. Either way. All right. Go.